Welcome back to the Hubcast studio in Vancouver for Earth Day 2024. We are going to have a live connection now to Sikkim in Egypt with Dr. Ramamani and an additional guest, Tatiana Speed, who is here on the Sunshine Coast in Canada. Dr. Rama, are you there?
You bet.
We deeply appreciate you taking the time at that late night of a time in Egypt, and I know we were struggling a little bit with the Wi-Fi and finding the right connection. So honored to have you here.
Yes.
You are the energy behind not just Homes for Humanity, but also the One Journey Home. And I was hoping you might be able to share a little bit about your vision, your mission, your experience, and specifically the significance of Earth Day today and what that means for you and your community. And please.
Yes. You know, I have to say how deeply grateful I am. In half an hour, it is no longer Mother Earth Day chronologically here in Egypt where we are. I say we, until about 5 minutes ago, my husband and co-founder of the Home for Humanity movement was right here as we were struggling to get online. He has just given in to fatigue because it's been such an extraordinary day. We are the co-founders of a movement called the Home for Humanity Movement for Human Flourishing and Planetary Regeneration. And after growing as a movement based on the one vision at this time where the world is getting ever more divided, our planet is ever more endangered, our beloved Mother Earth. Our vision was to transform this divided world and endangered planet to what she always has been for billions of years, into a home that is inclusive, regenerative, peaceful, just, and joyful for all of the family of life, the indivisible family of life. For humanity to find once again our unity within ourselves, with each other, and with all of life. And we were so fortunate that just about a year ago, we received this great vision for our movement to initiate and steward a movement of movements. To take this vision to every country on earth. And it was beautiful because we call it the One Home Journey. And Michael, you beautifully referred to it as the One Journey Home. Because that's the goal, is if we could all come back to our home, which is this one shared planet, if we could all come back to our inner homes of who we really are, why we are here, and to our local homes, our communities, and to the power that each one of us has in our homes. So today on Mother Earth Day, Michael, we were meant to meet and to be here with you because we knew from the beginning that this journey had to be inaugurated on Mother Earth Day, because this is our loving service to Mother Earth, and because we had to do it here in this place, which was the birthplace for civilization thousands of years ago, Egypt. And because here we have one of our foundational Homes for Humanity partners, Sikkim. And I'm sitting in this magnificent space, which I'm going to show you briefly, where indoors we just inaugurated the One Home Journey with global partners and Homes for Humanity from every part of the earth, from Zimbabwe, which, the integral Kumusha to Sinal in Brazil, who was here with us, the founder, to the slums of Mumbai in India, Kuru, which is a home for humanity, Sarvodaya in Sri Lanka. So literally on every continent, we have these homes for humanity, each one of which is pioneering a regenerative future by living it, creating it, innovating it in the now, with the fullness of life, the intimate fullness of life. And this is what we've been doing over the last 3 days. And today, with the culmination, with the planting of the peace tree, the olive tree, in the first unity park outside of our home. And it will now travel the journey to every country on earth to recognize all of the pioneers creating the future and living it today. All of the wisdom keepers, the indigenous elders who have continued to live in harmony with all life to the age. The earth artists like our spiritual daughter, Tatiana Seed, who will have the joy of hearing in a few minutes, and our other spiritual daughter, Eda Eli Tibet, whose beautiful song gives a feeling of what this journey around the earth is going to be. It's the trailer of our movie, which is a beautiful song, which we will see. And we travel as a gift, creating and supporting the emergence of an economy of well-being, society of well-being, a culture of gifting to share abundance, traveling home, around, home, planet, one shared day. That's a little snippet. It's so delicious to share this with you on stage with dear Michael, dear Anahita, and here face-to-face with our beloved Tatiana.
Thank you. And what really was memorable for me when you earlier on said one journey home, one home journey, and I was fortunate enough to be by Zoom part of your inauguration a couple of days ago, and one of the key elements, and there was this aha effect within myself that spoke about homelessness, and so how many of us around the planet are really homeless, not in terms of, and I don't want to diminish the fact there is physical homelessness where people have to live on the street, but I'm talking about the homelessness in search of our home and not being able to connect to Mother Earth and not being in that space and being on that journey that never really ends. So how can we find that connection to Mother Earth? And one of the other pieces that really came through for me is, can you find the connection with Mother Earth without actually digging in, without getting your hands dirty, without putting your hands into the soil and working with it and working with the plants and so I deeply thank you for what you do, and from what I understand, Hopes for Humanity is seeding communities all over the planet as an inspirational tool and real-time solution to offer a different perspective, to offer a different way of life, to offer a different way of being. Is that correct?
You've definitely, it was wonderful to have you on our pre-launch because you got to experience many of our homes for humanity pioneers around the world. There are actually 3 different ways in which the homes for humanity have come into our movement. One of which is exactly as you said. One is there are already those of our partners with whom we have been co-creating over the years. And each one of them are people who have dug deep, as you said, gotten their hands dirty, truly, actually not dirty, they've gotten their hands filled with the gift, the sacred soil of Mother Earth. And to just take the 2 examples of our brother Helmi Abuleish, the son of the founder, Ibrahim Abuleish, my soul father, my husband and my soul father, Alexander, my husband, has been working with this community for over 20 years. And he helped taking the knowledge that came out of the SECEM, which has won so many awards, the Business Prize for Peace, the Alternative Nobel Prize, for this vision which created this true community of the future living in the now. So many of our homes for humanity are huge, have been there 60 years, like Sarvodaya, across 115 villages in, I'm saying 115. It's much more. There's 1,000 something villages in Sri Lanka, or Sinal, which has been there for 12 years, reforesting the Mata Atlantica rainforest. So these have been our partners, or many of our partners in conflict areas, including in Jerusalem, which has been a haven for peace, or in Morocco. So they've been our partners for years. And they recognize that, yes, Home for Humanity is the movement that can bring us together. There are also organizations out there which we were not partnering with, but as we discovered their work, we said they have this holistic approach to life. Whether their particular focus is on peace or on integral human and planetary development or on ecosystem regeneration, they recognize the interconnected wholeness of life, and they work from the inside to the local, the cultural, the ecological, the innovation and the systemic change, the impact on society, the gift contribution to society. And we honor them and welcome them as Homes for Humanity. But we also work with people everywhere, especially young people, who are longing to make a difference, to live a different life of meaning, but don't know where to start. They need the inspiration, the mentoring, the catalyzation. They need someone who looks deep into their eyes and sees their true potential and purpose. And that's the passion that Alexander and I share. It's the passion we share with our co-chair, our beloved Jean Houston. She has, seen that in us, imbibed that in us, and it's which we also share with our other co-chair, Yusuf Mahmoud, a former Under-Secretary General of the UN, who recognized that this approach from, of inside out, culturally rooted, is what we need to build the future. So we work a lot with women who are marginalized or coming out of violence, or youth who have been marginalized and not given a chance, for them to build their own homes for humanity. But it's not restricted to them, it's everyone. Tatiana was on our course as a musician and change maker and ecologist. So it's for everyone in the world to join in. And the One Home journey, the idea is it's a journey where we go to every country to harvest this wisdom, to honor the pioneers, to support the catalyzation and the nurturing of new homes for humanity as purpose-driven initiatives that fulfill your purpose, serve your community, and at the same time regenerate and contribute to our beloved Mother Earth, all at the same time while you connect around the planet with others. And it's also a virtual and real One Home Earth city. And dear Tatiana will put into the chat just the links so that all of you who will watch this will feel, if you feel called, know that it is a gift for everyone because it is our collective journey. It is our collective yearning to counter the homelessness that everyone feels, with a sense of truly being at home within ourselves, with each other, and with all of life on Earth. Was that an answer sufficiently to your that question, dear Michael?
That was an answer, and your passion and enthusiasm and your energy and specifically your action. You're actually, we had this conversation earlier on where we said that the time of talking about it is finished, and we need to step into action. And so you've fully received here over the ocean and on the other side of the planet, and we fully receive you, and extremely grateful for you, for what you do, and maybe we can switch over to, or we can include Tatiana into this conversation. And
beautiful. Michael, would it be?
Yeah?
Please go ahead. Would it be possible, just given it's very exciting because we are actually leaving in just a few hours? I have to mention one other very important thing, that this inauguration was with many of our partner organizations, including Unity Earth TV, of course, and Unity Earth and Holo Movement, Unity Earth TV and Hubcast being very close partners, and Unity Earth TV there being also a media partner like Ignite Media is with beloved Tatiana Speed. And so all of these partners, and also World Future Council was with us. And I just wanted to say we're just leaving after this extraordinary inauguration events we've had here at Heliopolis University, at SECEM, from the school with the 7-year-olds all the way to the university, the farm, to the desert very early tomorrow morning. So I might hand over to my beloved daughter, Tatiana, daughter of my soul, of our soul, and on behalf of Alexander, myself, and this community say thank you for having us with you. You will feel this extraordinary spirit of what Jean calls Tatiana, the prophetess of the future. She knows that Tatiana's voice is going to be the sound of the future, and the songs that Tatiana, the many songs Tatiana had composed for the Home for Humanity movement. And we would be thrilled that this collaboration between us continues, and that everyone who sees your beautiful Mother Earth broadcast knows that we welcome you with open arms into this family of life, so we can create life for the 7 years journey, 7 generations. Alexander and I would be traveling for the whole 7 years, but people can join everywhere throughout virtually. And whenever we come to your country, and when we do weeks of immersion in every continent. So we are welcoming you. And
just make sure you stop here in Vancouver, Canada.
Well, we'll have to come because Tatiana is there, and we wouldn't visit Tatiana without coming to hug you. And
Wonderful. Godspeed on your journey.
You,
all the best. And Tatiana, shall we start with your video and bring context to it? And I want to put out a warning to everybody who's going to be watching us across the planet, and I'm already starting. Bring out your Kleenex because you might need it. I've listened to this particular piece probably 50 times in my life, and it brings me to tears every single time. So get your Kleenex ready. Let's all have a beautiful cry all around the planet, and shed some tears of joy and hope and compassion and empathy, and really also celebrate the divine feminine that is bringing that forward. And if we're ready in the control room, if we can play that video, that would be awesome.
For too long, too many people have been left homeless. For too long, we haven't seen enough progress. For too long, exiled, displaced, and alienated, people walk this earth devastated. For too long, we've lived in separation, forgotten our true nation, this earth, the home to all future generations. Cut off from life, cut off from each other, we've forgotten nature, our only mother. This disconnect is our deepest wound. Towards wholeness, we must reattune. Whole life, whole person, whole systems, all cultures, one planet. If you feel this truth, let's stand for it. Let's reclaim home as the destination. Choose inclusion over separation. And build a refuge, a sanctuary, a place of healing that nurtures and supports all beings. Let's build a home right where we are. Let's build a home for all of us. Let's build a home for humanity. Let's build a home that nurtures all of life. It starts within. It It starts with me, it starts with you. Can we turn to ourselves and see ourselves anew? What do we love? What do we cherish? For what do we stand on this beautiful planet, this sacred land? It starts with community, creation, culture. Can we build together, my sister, my brother? It starts right here, right now. Put the seeds in the ground until life springs up all around. And we can walk through our garden, this home that we make. Together we change humanity's fate. And from the local to the global, from the I to the we, from the north to the south, from the west to the east, all cultures, all borders, all peoples, all life, we can come together and ignite a home for all to which all belong. This is the prayer, this is the song. Let's build a home right where we are. Let's build a home for all of us. Let's build a home for humanity. Let's build a home that nurtures all of life. One world, one home, one heart, one life. All people, all cultures now. One world, one home, one heart, one life. All people, all cultures now. Let's go home. We are going home.
Let's build a home right we are.
Let's go
Let's build a home for all of us.
Let's build a
We are
home for humanity. Let's build a home that nurtures all of life.
Pitaki Epi. This is our home, our Mother Earth for all living beings.
From the power with to the power to, we can change and create something new. Hold the vision, hold the mission, hold the line. We are birthing a new paradigm. Homecoming, we are all becoming who we need to be to hold off this catastrophe. Down on our knees with prayers for peace for this indivisible family. Around the world, feel the hearts opening. Around the world, feel the hands extending. Around the world, feel this movement coming. All cultures, all peoples, one planet, one home.
We're going to let it all roll out.
There's a clip at the end you might not want to include, or unless you do, but yeah.
Well, you did it again. Amen. Amen. It's manifesto for humanity and as to how we can actually evolve into what we're meant to be. And Anahita, do you want to share something?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to thank you, Tatiana, for capturing in one song what is needed at this time in our human collective, so we can come back into good relationship with our Divine Mother Gaia. And thank you, thank you. I too, every time I listen to that song, just feel just like a deep well of gratitude for being in this human experience, and it's just like this sense of hope that we're gonna figure this out. And I'm curious, you know, with your creation of this beautiful song, and you know, it's evident that you have a great kind of understanding and awareness of what you know, the moment that we're in this time as we ascend, as the earth kind of births into a new iteration of itself. And I'm curious about, you know, what you would tell people in, you know, we have this global audience, what people can do on, you know, a day-to-day basis in a very practical way. How do we come back into good relationship with our Divine Mother, with Mother Earth? How do we, you know, with the work that Homes for Humanity is doing on an ecological and societal front, how do we, you know, on a global scale, how do we do that, each and every one of us?
Wow. Yeah, it's a big question that I think we're all carrying and holding. I want to first reflect that I really appreciated your reflection and just the way you're able to articulate everything. And it's really beautiful to be with you. And yeah, I think that I really love how Home for Humanity speaks about these sort of 3 levels. You know, that there's this inner home, we cultivate this deep sense of home within ourselves. And then we bring that into our relationships with each other. And then we bring that into relationships with the earth. And how we kind of go through these stages of making right relationship. And I believe it always starts with us. You know, this whole world is a mirror of our own internal state of being. And so I feel like, yeah, that deep healing work that so many of us are doing is so incredibly instrumental, creating a sense of home, a sense of harmony, a sense of peace in ourselves, and all the work that can entail, which naturally then benefits and nurtures and nourishes our relationships with each other. And then from this place, we're so much more able to care and steward this incredible land, you know, this beautiful earth. This is our home. So I really feel it's all things happening all at the same time. But there's like a holistic healing that I feel is needed on all these levels and layers of our humanity. And then I think each person has to listen deeply within as to what their unique calling is, because I feel like each one of us is called in very particular ways to serve. And each one of us has our own unique message, our own unique way of giving to the world that can help shift the scales. And as all of us kind of come together and give our unique gifts to the world, it's going to start to shift in a big way. You know, the more that we can step forward as our most authentic, true selves, be the most powerful, divine versions of who we are, as we remember our God selves, man, the world will start to shift. So hopefully it's a huge question. I feel like it can be answered from so many different things, but that's what's coming through right now.
Oh, no, it's a beautiful response. And there's so much in what you spoke that resonates deeply for me as well. And I feel like have been the kind of truths and teachings that have come into my field. And so thank you for articulating it so beautifully.
Yay.
Yeah.
Wow, and then witnessing the conversation and the connection that you two have, the divine feminine, and the understanding, the underlying energy behind that, and thinking, what would happen if our global leadership would be turned over to women, to the divine feminine? How quickly will we be able to solve all the problems in the world, simply through a different level of consciousness, a different level of understanding, the understanding of connection and nurturing. And I think only as a woman are you actually able to, and I can't judge it because I'm not a woman, but I would imagine that it's only possible as a woman to have that deep connection as a mother, to care for its children around the planet. And so we see the predators around the world, the male energy, and I'm like, well, no, let's hand it over. I'd be more than comfortable to be handing over our political power and all the institutions and global leadership to the divine feminine. So thank you for being
I think we
here.
need both. You know, I feel like it's a co-creation. I mean, I love men. I think that men are getting a really bad rap right now, and I love you guys. Like, you're beautiful, and we need you. It's not. I don't think it's about swinging. I think it's about a balance of the masculine and feminine energies. And I know in my partnership, like, I have things I bring, Mark has things that he brings, and it's the two of us together that co-create. So I think it's like, yes, women need to step into positions of leadership, absolutely, and our relationship thrives when Mark, you know, hands the leadership to me sometimes, but he provides the structure and the banks and the form for me to like fit into, and so it's both, you know. And I feel like there needs to be a healing between the masculine and the feminine, because the masculine is beautiful, and it's getting kind of, I don't feel it's being honored either, and it's both. And women, of course, we're on a journey of empowerment and coming into who we truly are, and we absolutely need to be given the floor and given space, and given the space to lead and the space to share our wisdom. But we need you guys too. It's not us out on our own. It's the beauty of both, the union of both the divine masculine and feminine, the world, I feel, really needs.
Absolutely.
Why am I glad we're not getting kicked to the curbside?
I mean, yes, Tatiana, you spoke my mind through your words. I feel very much the same. You know, I really see it as, it's like, you know, we're like a bird, and there's, you know, the masculine wing and the feminine wing, and that exists in all of us. The masculine and the feminine exists within each of us. And of course, you know, what's happening in our world in relationship to each other, in relationship to our Mother Earth, is all a reflection of the imbalance that exists within each of us, the disharmony that we're out of harmony within ourselves. And it's really about, you know, it's almost like the masculine is flying, but it only has one wing. And so it's really just about uplifting the feminine as well, both within ourselves and within each other, so we can truly fly together, and we can't do it without each other. We need each other to really fly, you know, soar freely. Yes. But I appreciate your acknowledgement that there is an imbalance that we are
Thank you.
we are dealing with. Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to check in with the control room whether we're going to cut to our holdings. Okay. I just learned we have another video.
Okay, I have to go on to my next part of the day here. It's such a pleasure to be with you, Michael and Anahita. It's so wonderful to meet you.
So lovely to meet you too, Tatiana.
Yeah, it's so sweet to meet you. So have an amazing Earth Day. It's just been a pleasure to be here, and I love you guys so much and everything you're bringing. And look forward to being back soon.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
You know, mwah.
Mwah. Much love.
Are we playing out the second video?
So, Dinero, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? Finally. Yeah.
Dinero,
Great.
Ash, my good friend from Delhi, we're recording our first song ever together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for composing the song. He
my.
did it in 2-3 days. Unbelievable.
That's how we do it. One day we all gotta go. You're not here forever, ever, ever. Everything you own, you have, stays here forever, ever, ever. Mountains after mountain, bare feet on the grass. You know what I mean? The world is ever changing. We need an open heart. Check, check, check. We made it through the setting sun, through the cloud and rain. You hear me? We walk through the breeze and smile again. I need a home for humanity. We need a home for humanity. Let's build one. Home for humanity. Let's build one. Home for humanity. Follow the birds and listen to the trees. Love is all we need. All the animals agree. You hear me? You can waste your time or use it for good. You know what I mean? Just follow your heart. You'll end up where you should. One day we all gotta go. You're not here forever, ever, ever. Everything you own, you have, stays here forever, ever, ever. In a home for humanity, we all live life with dignity. No more hatred or fights and pleas. Only room for peace and unity. Love is our economy. We celebrate equality. I need a home for humanity. We need a home for humanity. Let's build one. Home for humanity. Let's build one. Home for humanity. Yeah, Tibet.
Dinero!
I hope you like the track.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Thank you so much, like, for
Namaste, Dhanyavad.
Namaste, Dhanyavad, Shukran,
Shukran,
Salam,
Shukriya.
Sat Shri Akal.
We Aboriginal people are universal. Our dreaming doesn't separate heaven from earth, as we are connected to the universe from the ground, our mother, to the trees, to the animals, to the sky, to the stars, to the sun and the moon.
stand up together. Bring your totems to our fire. Let's stand up together and bring the spirit back to life as we place them in the sands. Like the eagles, they'll soar higher. Let's stand up together as our tribes all unite. UNITY spells of unity. UNITY.
We are born with connection to our ancestors for our blood. Our hearts beat the same whether or not we are conscious of it. Our ancestor spirit carries it and is connected to our spirits just as every generation before. Our blood and our spirit is our key, not the colour of our skin.
One by one we'll take it to the top. A message from our dream. Till we get there, we won't stop. Won't you sing with me, my sister? Yes, sing with me, my friend. Sing with me, my brother. Sing it to a brother, man. As one till the end, let's stand up together. Bring your totems to our fire. Let's stand up together and bring the spirit back to life as we place them in the sands. Like the eagle, they'll soar higher. Let's stand up together as our tribes all unite. Well, U is for universal unity, and negotiations for peace are necessary. I is instill international integrity to turn the tides of tyranny. Why? 'Cause that's the way it should be when we all stand together universally.
Close your eyes and imagine it. Feel it as your spirit comes into consciousness. Connect to your ancestors. No matter where you are, you will always have your connection to your country and your ancestors, as your ancestor spirit will never leave you. Trust in it and let it guide you. We are all brothers and sisters in the global community. Let us unite. Justice, peace, harmony for all.
Let's stand up together. Bring your totems to our fire. Let's stand up together and bring that spirit back to life as we place them in the sand. Like the eagle, they'll soar higher. Let's stand up together as our tribes all unite. UNITY spells of unity. UNITY. UNITY spells of unity. UNITY.
Welcome back to Vancouver on Earth Day. I am super excited and honored to be connecting with Ben Bowler, who is right now in Dubai in the airport lounge, traveling around the world. Ben Bowler is the genius, the brain, the driving force behind Unity Earth, and he is also the son of Jim Bowler. And Jim Bowler probably has discovered one of the most significant archaeological findings in the history of Australia, definitely, and most likely also in the history of humanity. And so I'd wanted to connect with Ben and tell us a little bit about what your father had discovered and the story behind it. And I was watching the transmission that you gave a couple of weeks ago in Australia, and it was a live concert. And one of the most significant pieces that I got from it was that it wasn't actually your father that discovered it. It was your father was chosen to be able to, he was gifted the gift of discovering Mungo Man and Mungo Lady. And so I just wanted for you to share with our viewers what was that story, what is the significance behind it, and what does it mean for Earth Day and for our civilization?
Beautiful, Michael. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with you on this special Earth Day global broadcast with Hubcast and all the partners. Congratulations and thanks to everyone involved. There was actually two discoveries primarily that have shaped Jim's life and many others as a result. One was in 1968, which was the discovery of Mungo Lady. So there was a woman first. The woman came first, and Mungo Lady shattered preconceived notions about how long Aboriginal people had been in Australia by huge margins, as well as demonstrating that ancient Aboriginal people were fully modern humans, which again was a shattering revelation. And all of that is attributable to Mungo Lady, who was discovered on the shores of an ancient lake back in 1968, and then the archaeological work that was done to demonstrate her antiquity at over 40,000 years old. And then a few years later, again, even after archaeologists had been swarming over the sites and hadn't found anything again of that significance, once again, Dad, who wasn't really looking for human remains, he's a geologist, not an archaeologist. So he was there for different reasons. In fact, he was there to research climate change. That was his area of interest. But after a little bit of rain and wind, one morning, the dunes revealed another treasure to him, which was glistening in the sun and ended up becoming the cranium of what has become known as Mungo Man. And that was in 1974. It's interesting, both of those discoveries straddle the original emergence of Earth Day. So there's something about that 55 years ago, that whole period, profound tectonic shifts were happening in the human consciousness. So these discoveries, yes, have definitely changed the landscape of our understanding of Indigenous people in Australia. Even having fully modern human beings in a sophisticated culture that would reverentially bury the dead 45,000 years ago in a pretty remote area of southwestern New South Wales in Australia challenge our best theories of human migration and evolution. So the whole mystery of it unveils more questions than answers. But what it did do is it showed the Aboriginal people of Australia to be the longest continuous culture on Earth, as well as having a very sophisticated spiritual culture 44,000 years ago, and more discoveries pushed that number back to 50,000, 60,000 years. So what does that mean that a civilization can survive for tens of thousands of years in a way that is connected to nature, in a way that is in harmony with the natural world, in a way that is imbued with a sense of beingness in the natural world, that don't destroy themselves and they don't destroy each other and they don't destroy the planets or the earth that they live upon. There are tremendous lessons, I think, for us to take from the wisdom of Indigenous people all around the world. And, Aboriginal Australians as the oldest living culture have a special place and a special gift to give us in terms of our understanding of how we can survive for that long. We're now facing these great mass extinctions. There is genuine concern that we're going to survive the next couple of 100 years. So for a civilization to survive 50,000 years in harmony with nature, I think holds many, many great lessons for all of us. There's also, I think, important in that story of the man and the woman and the antiquity of that. And as you said, Michael, the Aboriginal aunties that first befriended Jim would say, you didn't find Mungo Lady and you didn't find Mungo Man, they found you. And that mystical spirit really is, I think, the greatest gift of what's at play here in the sacred Mungo fire, in the sacred Mungo story, is that there is a mystic there is a natural mystic blowing in the wind, as Bob Marley would say. There is a natural mystic in our lives and in this earth and in our very humanity, our reverence for life and our reverence for land and connection to country as Aboriginal people so strongly teach us and guide us. But beyond that, there are other dimensions. And I think part of this celebration of Earth Day and the gift of the Mungo story is for us to connect into what it means for us to encounter that great mystery. My dad uses the phrase, and I think it's beautiful and brilliant. He uses the phrase meeting the dreaming to describe his encounter with Mungo Lady and Mungo Man. And in this 50th anniversary of the discovery of Mungo Man, which was 1974, Jim has called for a year of dialogue between Indigenous people, non-Indigenous people, scientists, artists, spiritual viewpoints, people of the heart, everybody coming together in a grand new conversation. Many people may be aware we had a very highly politicized process here in Australia last year in 2023, attempted to give Aboriginal people a voice to the Parliament, and it became incredibly bitter and divisive and ultimately failed. So in the space of that, offering consolation and healing and calling for a year of dialogue in this year of meeting the dreaming is an active, profound act of walking together. And I think these are the lessons of the Mungo people. We're privileged to still work with descendants of Mungo Lady, Mungo Man, the Mari Mari people, the Barkindji people, the Nyampa people, and to find ways to custodian this story, not just for the Indigenous people of Australia and not just for Australia itself, but as an ancient human story, right up there with Adam and Eve or other powerful human stories. So for us, I think the gift of that story, Michael, is connection to country, connection to land, survival, connection to the mystery, meeting the dreaming, and this intricate web of life that has sustained us for thousands of generations. And our hope and our action today is intended to continue to sustain humanity on this planet and with this planet for thousands of more generations to come.
Wow, beautiful. And at the beginning of our Zoom call, we had a little bit of a connection problem. And what I had mentioned is that, "Can you hear me?" is probably one of the most used phrases on a daily basis across the planet. And how symbolically is it for humanity that we can't hear each other, that we can't hear the cry of Mother Earth, that we can't hear our neighbors, that we can't, that we seem, and early on in our transmission from Sikkim, they were talking about Home for Humanity, they're talking about being homeless. And so we wander around our planet, and yet we're literally homeless. And so how can we, as individuals and as a human civilizations with many different cultures, what do you think is the best way for us to reconnect to Mother Earth and really feel into her messages that she is delivering to us, not just on Earth Day, but on a daily basis?
Well, Michael, I think, where attention goes, energy flows. In some senses, it's just a matter of listening. It really is. I mean, it's not that hard to listen, but we need to be able to make a decision to block out all of the noise and the other distractions and find a way to go within. Now, some people, that's walking in nature. For some people, it's meditation. For some people, it's music. For some people, it's being in a sacred community. There are a million, trillion different ways of listening. But it starts with a choice, simple choice, which is I'm here and I want to listen to what's being said, whether that's by another human, whether that's by the still small voice that is inside all of us, or whether that's the cry of the earth, as you say. These things are there to be heard for those who have ears. We all have ears, but we have also free will, which is a choice. So it's just simply a choice that we make as individuals, as groups, as collectives, as humanity, that we're going to listen, and we're here to listen. And taking time to do that and finding ways in which you can hear the voice, whatever that may be for you. Don't let anybody else tell you how to listen, because I think we need to find our own ways of listening ourselves. And sometimes that's a journey of discovery. Sometimes that's a journey that continues for a whole lifetime. So I think for us, Michael, the opportunity today is to listen, is to become better listeners, to listen more deeply and to listen more clearly. All of that is possible. We have everything we need. We have the tools, we have the abilities, we have everything we need to do that. It's just simply about making a choice to do it.
I agree, and I think for me, there's two conversations going on right now. One is the healing and the restoration of Mother Earth and her cry for help. The other conversation that I'm tuning into is an enormous movement of highly dedicated people from around the world to be in solidarity towards the healing of Mother Earth, and not just as an act of doing so, but with a sacred energy behind it. And when you tap into that, and it seems that this network and this energy is surrounding everybody at the moment. And to be able to tune into that gives me so much hope for the future. And I'm looking forward to actually seeing that in my lifetime.
Yes, brother. That's. I'm not sure if there's a question in there, or you just want me to jump in. But we are absolutely massive action. I think is absolutely what we're called to do. But massive action from a heart of stillness, and massive action from a place of that quietness. This global broadcast is a great example. We're learning by doing, Michael. So the more of these, activities and events and platforms and initiatives and everything coming together. The more we do, the better we get at it. Like anything, we learn it by doing it. And 5 months from now, we're going to be doing the Peace Day global broadcasts around the world. Again, some of us will be anchored in Hiroshima. Some of us will be in New York. Some of us will be in South Africa, in Europe, China, Australia, different parts of the world. But this opportunity to really awaken planetary consciousness between Earth Day and Peace Day, there is a tremendous opportunity for us to up-level using the resources that are available to us, the infinite mystical resources and spiritual capital that we are and that we have at our disposal, all of the tools that we have through our technology, financial abundance that flows through life. All of this is there ready for us to direct skillfully as stewards into the abundance of community and to change direction of history. Who is responsible for the situation we're in? Who is responsible? Who's in charge on this planet? I mean, really, I think this is the great awakening for us as the people of Earth to say enough of the top-down institutional domination programs that have brought us not just to the brink of disaster, but beyond the brink of disaster. The great U-turn, the great turning point that we're in is really that grassroots coming together, but finding ways to coordinate, to flock together, to school together, to cooperate in a way that is radical and transformative and planetary in scale. And these events, like this Earth Day event and what we're building up to in September, are phenomenal opportunities for us to get better at practicing what planetary consciousness looks like when it's taken action, massive action, and is done skillfully and communicated to a population that is ready to hear it and ready to come on board with this great awakening. So thank you for today. It's exciting, and we look forward to building up together all the way through to Peace Day 2024 and beyond, and not stopping.
I feel powerless, say 7 billion people. That's really the reality right now. So one of the initiatives that we are also bringing forward is a global synchronized drum wave across all time zones in June 22nd, in the middle, in between Earth Day and Peace Day, as a symbol of solidarity towards one another, but also to take the medicine and the beat of the drum and drive it into the mycelium network of Mother Earth and across the waters to inform her we are here in solidarity, we're here with her in her healing process, and we're committed to that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ben. Always deeply, deeply honored to be connected to you. And I wish you all the best. Happy Earth Day wherever you are in the world, and thank you for making such a big contribution to all of us. Thank you.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Hubcast. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we go from Earth Day up to World Unity Week, dancing the dream with people all over the earth, and then building up to, I think, a historic moment as we culminate our long journey together into Peace Week 2024. So may it be so, and a blessed Earth Day to everybody around the world today.
Thank you, thank you.
Speaker is Jim Bowler. Jim is an Australian geologist best known for discovering Mungo Lady in 1968 and Mungo Man in 1976. Both these discoveries are considered the oldest human remains found in Australia. In this, the 50th year of the anniversary of the discovery of Mungo Man, Jim has called for a year of dialogue. And tonight's event, Meeting the Dreaming at Peninsula Hot Springs, is part of this vision of Jim for an important year of dialogue.
Tonight, as we stand here in this extraordinary situation, we remember those people who came to my attention in 1968, 1974, the human remains that emerged in my sight on the shores of the ancient Lake Mungo. Those remains, firstly, those that turned out to be the cremated remains of a young lady, became known as Mungo Lady. A cremation enacted here long before Europeans ever dreamt of coming to Australia. 5 years later, 1974, I encountered the remains which proved to be the articulated remains of Mungo Man. Mungo Man emerged from his grave to tell us, to remind us of our environment, of climatic change in which he was existing during the time of the last ice age. Ice age climate changing the water levels, the wind, the dunes, the lakes of those inland dry lakes of Australia today without any sign of water. Mungo Man came back to tell us his stories and to remind us of our debt, not only to his people, a debt for which we retain a great sense of sorry and disappointment. We have disowned Indigenous people. We have subjected them to oppression, even to massacre. Mungo Man reminds us of that. He also reminds us that we are connected to his country there on the lakeside of the ancient Lake Mungo. He was a man of his country. He was buried there with extraordinary ritual, anointed by ochre. Ochre, which is a rare commodity in that part of Australia. His community had gone to great extent to celebrate his transition from life to death. Additionally, by the carefully created grave, there was a huge fire, like the fire we have out here today. And that fire was a precursor of the present-day Indigenous celebration of fire as a cleansing system. That cleansing enacted out at Lake Mungo 40,000 years ago, has survived in the tradition of his ancestral people today. To remember or to think that 40,000 years has been the witness for the continuing expansion of development to the present day understanding of Indigenous Australia, their acknowledgement of the great dreaming, their association with the land, their connection with the land. They remind us, we white people who came 40,000 years later, that we have now to learn from the legacy of those ancient people, learn to be connected to the land, connected to their people. And that's a connection we seek to address today. Since the first arrival in 1788, there's remained a huge gap between the original descendants and the intruders, the ancestors of my people. My great-granduncle created his own legacy of disaster in clearing the rainforests, the kangaroos and koalas from my own home country in Gippsland. I stand in the legacy of that great disaster that he experienced or superimposed on the traditional people and the traditional land. We come here today in spirit of recognition that we are beginning a new journey. We are sowing the seed for a journey now between non-Indigenous Australians like myself and the long-awaited communication, recovery with the relationships with Indigenous people. That's the story we seek to develop here. We sow the seeds today. It's a big job ahead, and we join with all of you here in celebrating the wonders of our relationship with the ancient land, this Australia, and the wonders of its ancient people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim Bowler, for that passionate message. And now it's time for some music. We have with us a wonderful Indigenous musician, Amos Roach. Amos is an award-winning musician, dancer and director, and proud Djabwurrung, Gunditjmara and Ngarrindjeri man. A cultural practitioner, traditional First Nations culture informs the fundamentals of his craft. His music is part of the songline that connects people and country. His dances also reconnect country to culture. He uses traditional instruments, songs, music and dance to tell stories of songlines, family and country, and aims to bring traditional instruments into the mainstream canon. Please welcome Amos Roach.
Very important issue, about country, about land, and about everyone. So thanks for having us. My name's Amos Roach. I'm going to perform for you tonight some Yidaki and sing a couple of songs, songs that connect us to country, songs that connect us to where we all belong throughout this beautiful ancient land. We'll just kick off with some Yidaki. I'd like to acknowledge and pay respects to the elders, past and present, and some amazing artists. Just try this. Just look to plug in somewhere. Is there a spare lead? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. We're just going to sing some family tunes. Like we just had a welcome to country from Noe, Auntie Caroline Briggs. So it's customary that, you know, when we travel to someone's country or you know, if you go from one area to the other, to be welcomed by the people. So then you have safe passage through country. So this is a welcome song. And so if you've sort of new to this land or country, let's say if you've sort of just come in the last 250 years, 240 years, we have to welcome you. Okay, so this is a welcome song. This is a welcome song for everyone that my mother wrote. It's called "Welcome to All People." Welcome to all people from your beautiful land to this land of gold and the colored sand. Welcome where grass is green as it can be, where rainforest greenery is beautiful to see. Welcome to all people from your beautiful land to this land of old girls and the colored sand. Welcome where rivers run, they run to meet the sea, and reaches are the to this land of old and the colored sand. Woman Diga, welcome. This is another song. It's by my father, Archie Roach. Native born, so it tells the time of this country, in a certain place, in a certain time. That certain time and place is here, it's right now. It's in the past, so, and it's also in the future. So this is a song about this country, the beautiful country that we live in. Called Native Born. Albert Namadira painted, said not so much the things he sold, but what he found inside and how he loved the only thing he ever wanted, the reasons that he had painted for, was that everybody shared a dream. This land would never change, but a change it did, and through the years they introduced some foreign plants. Familiar things are strange, while strangers played upon the low. And motherland still sheds her tears for the lives that never stood a chance. And Albert Namadira cried as we all cried, the native born. So bow your head over the lip and watch a tree. Australia's bush is losing its identity, but we'll create a new one. And while the cities and the parks, they have plans, so they look out of place, 'cause the spirit's in the land. Do you remember Joseph Banks, who stood upon this sacred earth, and what he felt inside when he looked around and saw the land to whom we give our thanks, our motherland, she has given birth to trees and plants and animals we've never seen before. So bow your head, oh you girlie, and watch a tree. Australia's bush is losing its identity, but we'll create a new one. And all the cities and empires, they have planned. They look out of place, 'cause the spirit's in the land. They look out of place, because them spirits in the land. Look out there, follow me. And no one knows and no one hears the way that we still sing and dance, and how the gum trees stood and stretched to greet the golden moon. And motherland still sheds her tears for the lives that never stood a chance. And Albert and Emma dear cried as we all cried. The native born, yeah, said we cried. The native born. Yo, thank you. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's really important tonight, and it's, I'm surprised that I'm even here tonight. It's really good that people like Uncle Jim Bowler here, you know, come and tell the story of this country. Not many people tell the story of this country. Not many people can tell it right either, right? But Uncle Jim is very important what he's done, and all these people that are here tonight. So thank you everyone for having us, and you know, it's good. You know, we have ceremony, singing and dancing that comes with you know, with what's been done. And like we said, it's an ancient. We tell the stories since the first sunrise, right? And you come in the first time they come to this country, the peoples of this area, they was the ones who showed everyone this is where you go, this is you don't go. They taught them the first law, which is, you know, hopefully someone will talk about that a little bit later on. But if you would have listened to the Welcome to Country, you would have heard that first law mentioned in there. Gonna sing another song, Traveling Bones. Okay, this is a story about you know, a song about repatriation and things that have been to be returned, that have been taken. So repatriation, reparation. All that. So this is a song about traveling bones, and it's very fitting that we sing this song tonight. I'd like to ask, I've got my sister here, my big sister, or Uncle Shane actually too, if you want to come and help me sing, because I'm not really good with the words, but it's a song my dad wrote. I should be really good with the words, but it's very important because he's seen it, you know, he knows the stories, and all over this country we have to repatriate lots of things, things that need to be returned back to the original peoples, and you know, so this song's called Traveling Bones and just tells the story of this journey of this stuff. So we might have another mic just here for Uncle Shane if he can get up and we can have a bit of a sing song. This is my dad's like brother. He's a countryman here. Uncle grew up. He grew up. Uncle Shane, he grew up where my father was taken away from. But if my father wasn't taken away, this is true too. He would have went to school with Uncle and everything. Just what Uncle Shane. That's true too. You know. So it's good to be sharing the stage. You know, getting Uncle to get up here and sing this song. I think he actually produced the album for this. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he produced the song. So he's going to get up and help me with the words, and I'll get my cousin to help me too. So Uncle Shane Elwood and this is my big sister Nola Laus. So she's going to sing. She's been here before. This is her stage apparently. Yeah. Called Traveling Bones. Okay, so we're not sure about the second verse, but you know. That's easy.
rolling on. I see the leaves around the ground. Traveling home.
Somebody loud, sorry.
Traveling home. Coming home. Traveling home. Till I'm old, and so away. Now they're broken from their sleeping, and they're coming back home today. Traveling road, traveling road, coming home, traveling road. Lonesome pine stands tall, knows much more than I ever. Wounded Mara, carry on, awaiting here for your return. Traveling home, traveling home, coming home, traveling home, traveling home, traveling home, coming home, traveling home, coming home, traveling home. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Nola.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anderson. Just finish up with another song, and then we'll finish up with some. We'll close with another song, and then some didgeridoo. Okay. And, we'll set it on the frequency, you know, get it on the vibration. Finish up with that. So yeah, it's good to be here. Like I said, thank you for having us. Thanks to this place here for hosting us, and to Ben Bowler and putting this together and bringing everyone together, a place of meeting, and we're all here for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. So not only us just here being here, but all you fellas sitting out there listening, you're probably thinking, what's going on? What's this all about? But don't worry about it, okay? We're all here for a reason. You don't have to worry about that. Maybe later on in the future, you know, another 40 years or so, you know, they'll get it. You know, you'll realise what it was all about. But because we're all from here and we all live here in this beautiful country, we're all family. That's what it makes us. It makes us all family, okay? That it doesn't matter about the colour of our skin or what you know, language we come from, where we come from. Here in this country, if you're born here, you are of this country. You're our family, okay? And right, it goes right back to, you know, right back. Everyone, we're all family, okay? So I'm just going to finish up with this song. It's a family song. It's the original song. thanks for having us, guys, and everyone that's listening around and tuning in too. Hope you have a good night, and you know, and from the rest of today, you know, this land and the vibration and everything that is on it, all you know, it all makes sense, you know. When you become one with this country, when we all become one, because like I said, we all one mob here. We're not many mob. We're one mob, one people. The song's called UBU. So you know, you be you and I'll be me. I'm not Eben, and he's not Eben Amos. He's Eben, and I'm Amos. But that's just that's another joke. But you be you and I'll be me. Naturally, you be you and I'll be me. onto my feet. And that's when you turn to me and said, what'd you say, whoa, whoa? Brr, yo, whoa. Thank you.
Put your hands together again for the amazing Amos Roach. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. What a great spirit. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Amos. Wow, what an incredible didge player and musician and artist. Thank you, Amos Roach. Our next speaker is Jason Kelly. And Jason Kelly is a proud Muddy Muddy man and Wamba Wamba man. And Jason is also a member of the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria. Please welcome Jason Kelly. My name's Jason Kelly. I'm a Muddy Muddy Wamba Wamba man, and I'm here for a reason that we're all here for is to bring awareness around the story of Mungo Lady, but tonight it's particularly Mungo Man, as on the February 26, 1974, this being the 50th anniversary, was a day that Mungo Man, like Mungo Lady years earlier, had found Jim Bowler, and to tell the story of Australia and the Aboriginal people of Australia. But before I do, I know we had a welcome, but I want to do an acknowledgement in language, in Muddy Muddy language. Yiri Muddy Muddy Wamba Wamba with Tungi Pukamanama Pingali Prembai, Yingin Ula the Bunarong Dangi, Kiaka Ula the Meadow, Kiaka Ula the Pangut Morni. So what I'm doing in my language, I'm acknowledging the lands that I'm on. I'm paying my respects, of course, to my elders, but I'm introducing myself through my totem, Pukamanama red kangaroo. But when I'm saying Kiaka Ula the Meadow, I'm also honouring all of our ancestors. And Kakawudula Meadow, that's all of us collectively as one mob. And that's, us as First Australians and Australians. I don't use the words Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal, or Indigenous, non-Indigenous. I say that we're all Australians and First Australians and Australians. What I'm holding here is a message stick. As for those who know and see the map, see Australia and might see the map with all the Aboriginal nations on it, you'll see that Australia is not actually an island. It's actually a continent made up of 400 different nations, 250 different nations of 400 different language groups. And so this is, my traditional country is Muddy Muddy country up in Mungo, which is shared country for Muddy Muddy Nyampa and Barkindji, so I acknowledge and pay those respects to them. And I stand here on behalf of my elders, Muddy Muddy elders, and my grandmother, Alice Kelly, who was one of the senior elders, and right there from the beginning is part of that story and part of that journey with Jim Bowler in terms of telling that story and connecting First Australians and Second Australians through our ancient past. And I think what's really important about tonight and how we can all share and get a better understanding of the story of Australia. And Mungo Man, 26th of February 1974, came back. The old people, they talked about them being clever people, and they come back for a reason. They come back for all Australians to talk about extending the hand of humanity, coming back from the dreaming, Yukajin Gilliam, that's when coming back from the dreaming, to extend the hand of humanity to not just all the people of Australia, but all the people of the world. Because if you go back and think about, if we had people here, modern humans just like us, 40,000+ years ago, I think that not only just as first Australians and Aboriginal people as being not just ancient people, we all have ancestors that go back. So if you think about what it might have looked like around Europe or wherever it might have been around the world, humanity had the same relationship with, like we all had that same relationship with each other, with Mother Earth, with the dreaming, or heaven might be known, but for us the dreaming in our way and a connection with each other, the land, the skies, the stars, you know, the universe. We all had that. We were just fortunate enough as Aboriginal people, as being the world's oldest continuous living culture, as proven by Mungo Man and Mungo Lady, and it's only just been colonisation that sort of impacted and sort of had an effect on that. But what can we learn from that? How do we learn? It's interesting that Mungo Lady came back not long after the 67 referendum, and now not long after this other referendum, which has caused a whole lot of soul sickness for many Aboriginal people, because I think if we had an understanding of what connection the country is, and what Mungo tells us what connection the country is as Aboriginal people, and allowed it to have a dialogue rather than an argument, we might have had a different outcome. But here's an opportunity for healing, and this is what Jim talked about, and Jim's promoting, about how do we bring First Australians and all Australians together through the story of Mungo. My grandmother and the elders beforehand always talked about them coming back for the reason, like I said. But my grandmother spoke about Mungo as being a place where the breath of the greater spirit is still alive and tangible today. And it's a place for all Australians. And she's always hoped, and the elders, the Barkagene and the Amper elders, always hoped and saw that it's a place for healing for all Australians, and a place for connectedness, and a place where you can get an understanding of what connection the country is. And if you think about how Aboriginal people in the way that we cared for each other, the land, it goes back to health. And for health for us was always, well, it was not just about the health of the individual. It's a nexus of three things that you cannot separate. And it's the health of the individual, the health of the land, and the health of the community. And so what can we learn by knowing more and get an understanding of Mungo Man and Mungo Lady? We hear about how they were prepared in ceremony, prepared for the dreaming, prepared for heaven. We had a word. We have a word for heaven. We had a word for God, Mamurai in Mari. We had a relationship with not just ourselves and the universe. We had a relationship with God 40,000 years ago that continues till today. So how do we, not unlike all the great prophets that come 38,000 years later. So what can we do, and how do we get an understanding of the healing for all of us as Australians by allowing yourselves to connect to the story of Mungo and get an understanding of what the first Australians are? Because this is not a place of terra nullius that was all talked about and made known of. We're not the savages that would the stories that were told about us. We were people in harmony, and Mungo is what my grandmother defined as a place of love, peace and harmony. I'm going to quickly share a little traditional story that sort of relates to the water and how, like, our laws and our creation stories form our laws also. So for Mari, and we have, I know, the Bunurong and Wurundjeri talk about eagle and crow, and the Moitis, and Bunjil and Wa. In Mari, it's Welakul and Wongi. And no matter where you go and look around the world, you see the eagles and crows always fighting. They don't get along. And this is a story about our freshwater mussels, and and it's appropriate given Lake Mungo, and we've got the water here. So for a long time, right since the beginning of creation, the eagle and crow have always been fighting, and two different groups of people got mixed up in their fighting only because one wanted to align themselves and had their totem, their moiety, as Welakul the eagle, and another one as Wongi the crow. After a long time, Welakul and Wongi come together, and they decided that these people are getting mixed up in our business, and it's not right that they're getting mixed up in our business, and there's no reason for them to be fighting. So they came together, Welakul and Wongi, and they called the two groups together. And Welakul went and grabbed one of the people that was aligned to him and sat him there, and grabbed the ones that was with Wongi and put him there and said, look, there's no reason for you fellas to be fighting, no reason for you to get mixed up in our business. So you're going to come together, and you'll forever, you'll come together as one, and you'll forever live in the river in the lakes and the lagoons. And that's how Murray was formed, the mussels, the river mussels, the freshwater mussels. They would come together. And Wangi did the same, grabbed one of the people that were fighting from his camp and one from Waiakil and said, you will now forever come together and you'll remain as one and you'll live in the rivers. And that's the story. This is what we mean by, I think with that story and that creation story, this is how the opportunity of having understanding a Mungo man and Mungo lady and the relationships that we had back then and how humanity had that relationship all around the world, because that's the law that governs our ways. We have to have that relationship with your equal opposites, but if you don't have that relationship if you're equal opposites according to Aboriginal law, you'll never have an understanding of the universe. So having an understanding of Mungo and Mungo man and Mungo lady as being where the story of humanity starts in Australia is a good place to start healing, and not just something that's more meaningful than what you might hear in terms of reconciliation, but we're looking for, in terms of transformation for all Australians, as first Australians and all Australians. So we're calling on, the traditional owners for the areas is calling on for really the Commonwealth Government to have more investment in telling the story and sharing it and have, allowing all Australians to have an understanding what it is to be Australian, provide connection to the country by knowing and telling the story of Mungo man and Mungo lady. Thank you.
Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day.
Welcome back to Vancouver. We thought we were going to switch it up and invite some members of the animal family into the conversation here around Earth Day, because it's not just about humans and the Earth. And it is all including humans and the Earth, but also the animal kingdom. So here is a representative. It's also a little bit of our mascot here at Hubcast Studio in Vancouver. And
our beloved cedar.
It's our beloved cedar. So what we wanted to do now is show a clip of a documentary called Plastic People. And Earth Day this year is dedicated towards the awareness around plastic and the effects on our environment. So if we can go back to the control room and play the video, and then we will see you right after.
Microplastics are possibly the most serious type of pollutant that our society has ever created.
I tested snow in our backyard and found tiny fragments of plastic particles. When I came home, I told my children to not catch snowflakes. It's everywhere. You go out into the world and you're going to be exposed to it.
Plasticizers have been implicated in various health problems: heart disease, diabetes, obesity, cancer, fertility problems.
We're finding microplastics wherever we look in the human body.
We know that humanity is getting sicker. I don't know if there's a direct connection or not, but it's something I want to find out.
This is the shit that I do for science, literally.
I think everybody has microplastics in their body.
Yes.
Oh, everybody.
So like this fiber that we saw here, polyester.
I asked the doctor, I said, how come I can't remember my child growing up? Apparently, she said, that's when you got hit with high doses of benzene.
Plastic is like the embodiment of capitalism. It made possible the material world that we live in now. They are the bones, the skin, the connective tissue.
Virtually every molecule of plastic ever created still exists somewhere on Earth. The plastic never disappears, it just breaks down into tinier and tinier particles.
Is this soil or plastic? Plastic soil. We are producing poisonous food. We are poisoning ourselves with our hand.
Oh, yeah, look.
is that plastic? I'm still processing the fact that this stuff is really in my body.
This is the story of a new world. A world that begins in the mysterious and invisible universe of atoms and molecules.
Shocking.
Yeah.
And yet the reality of the world we live in, I think we could almost call it plastic planet. And some of those who have no control over that at all are the animals.
Yeah.
And there is the innocence within them that just trusts us as human beings. And so I feel we also have a responsibility towards those. And many, many years ago, I saw a documentary where they examined the stomach of a bird, and they measured the amount of plastic. And if we convert it into our human body weight, it would add up to something like 3 pounds of plastic in our stomach. And I'm like, how can we do that? How can we? And I know we can blame everybody. I think in the end we have to blame ourselves. Or not blame, but we have to take
responsibility.
We have to take responsibility.
Absolutely.
And what is it that we can do to avoid the massive amount of plastic on the planet?
Yeah. And of course, you know, as the film showed all the microplastics that we're poisoning our bodies with, you know, it's like, I think with this, plastics were created with this intention of, you know, giving us, yeah, an easy way to produce and contain things, but of course it's creating so much harm, and now it's infused into, you know, all this at a cellular level, into our food, into our, yeah, probably even, you know, like our air or water at a, yeah, and it's being imbibed on a cellular level. And, you know, there's so much evidence to show that, yeah, these plastics are creating so much disease. And, you know, I've, yeah, seen studies that have, you know, done, my apologies, that have, you know, after a mother has given birth, examining her placenta and saying that it's completely filled with microplastics. And these are the environments that are, you know, our babies are being, yeah, born into and birthed into the world. And so what do we, you know, we're here now. And so what is the solution? How do we go from here to creating a different reality for our human family, for our animal family, for our plant family, for, yeah, all of the earth beings that exist here?
That is a good question. And I remember, I don't want to promote or use any brand names, but I remember the time, and I might be a little older than you, and I know I am, where this plastic film came out that you could wrap over a dish and it would completely save it from spoiling quicker. At that point, I don't think any one of us had an idea as to how harmful it will actually be for the environment and for ourselves. Yeah. So within that was a level of innocence, really. And I think we also need to forgive ourselves for that to a certain degree.
Yes.
And learn from it. And the best way to prevent it from happening more in the future is by not using it. It's as simple as that. And yet there is also a difficulty when we go out shopping and the convenience of it, and everything is wrapped in plastic and it increases the shelf life. And so it's not it's not a simple solution. And perhaps it might be bioplastic alternatives like hemp or bamboo. And what is that wrapping going to look like? And what is that industry going to look like? And how can it be developed and nurtured and brought to the forefront of consumerism, really? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's so true. I mean, it's so much about, you know, we've kind of fallen into these patterns of convenience, right? And it's really about bringing that, just like that sense of responsibility to step into action in a different way. And, you know, and sometimes it's uncomfortable and inconvenient, but you know, it's the only way we can move into a different way of existing with, with the earth, really. And I think that also applies to, you know, the way we consume, our food, our relationship to plants, our relationship to animals, and how we imbibe them, and just coming back into good relationship with all of it, really.
Yeah. And when you talk about convenience, where I live on the Sunshine Coast, sometimes I don't drive my car for months at a time. I walk to the grocery store, and that climate, especially in wintertime, is all about moisture and rain. And I'm halfway on my walk with Cedar to the grocery store, and I recognized that I left my reusable bag at home. And then I go to the grocery store, and because single-use plastic bags are banned in British Columbia or in Vancouver, I get mad at the people who actually created that bylaw or that policy, instead of taking responsibility for myself. And then there is things like plastic straws that have been banned in Vancouver too. And I want to have my Frappuccino in summertime, and I put this paper straw into my Frappuccino, and it lasts about 2 minutes, and the whole thing is just crumbled up, and it doesn't work anymore. And I'm like, where's the balance between convenience and protection for the environment? And I think that has to be a balance.
Yeah, it's a real paradigm shift.
Yeah.
I mean, I too, you know, have had times where, I go to the grocery store and I've forgotten to bring my, you know, reusable bags, and then you have to, you know, carry things in your hand or find a box somewhere, and there's definitely an inconvenience to it. But I think the more, you know, the more we kind of relearn, it's kind of like an unlearning and relearning of a new way and a new behavior, a new pattern. The more we do it, you know, I really do trust that as a human family, we can make these paradigm shifts together. And I think what's at its core is just really coming back to that deep love for our Earth family and our Mother Earth, and being just committed to that journey that we're on with her. She has so much love for us, such a boundless love, and she's so patient and so forgiving. And you know, and the reality is that Mother Earth is going to be fine. She's always going to come back into harmony and homeostasis. But I think what really hurts her more than anything else is the suffering of her children, and she really wants us to come back into that harmony within ourselves and with each other, so we discontinue that suffering.
Do you want to be part of that conversation
You want to
again?
be a part of it now.
And later on, we're going to be hearing from the Kogi message and the message from the mother, and what the Kogis have received as a message, and with deep potential consequences for humanity, and our segment from Melbourne is going to speak deeper into that. And what the Kogis have said is that we need to come together as one human family, and we need to be there in solidarity towards a healing. And within that, each and one of us have to take responsibility for what we do and how we do it. And if we think it's not possible, then we haven't explored all the options and we haven't given it all the attention that it needs. And so Earth Day might be a good inspiration for people from around the world to say, okay, let us make that commitment. Let me wake up tomorrow and let me try it. And then we might fail, and then we get up again and we try harder until we really come to a balance or right relationship, as you said it earlier on.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, and I'm curious, Michael, what your thoughts are about, you know, our relationship to our food in particular, and you know, just and this is, you know, I think this is something that it's from an unconscious place. I think, you know, we have, you know, when we go to the grocery store, and just like within our culture, it's so common to, you know, eat meat every day in your diet and to eat all kinds of foods that are packaged and processed. And, you know, how do we, and of course those foods are, those animals, those plants, especially, you know, when we think about the animals that, have experienced so much suffering, you know, as their life is taken. And how do we really come back into good relationship with our, you know, the life that we're imbibing into our bodies, because that same suffering and consciousness then becomes a part of us, right? And we all are, of course, connected, but like, how do we
That's a good question. I think the Dalai Lama said, if we get our next generation of children to meditate every day, we could change the world within one generation. And I believe if we teach our children to be in right relation with the earth and with its food, because it's all about relationship. Mm-hmm. And I was fortunate enough to grow up in an environment where I took carrots out of the ground and we put them into the juice, and I drank carrot juice, and we had red currants and black currants and white currants and beans and rhubarb and pears and all kinds of vegetables. And that's how I grew up. So I believe that there is a responsibility between our educational system and parents to really build that relationship from an early age on. And this is all about energy. And you know that I was trained as a professional chef and
Yes.
pastry chef, so food is really dear to my heart, and it is also an expression of love. And so how can we actually see food as something that gives us positive energy or negative energy, or nourishes our body or takes energy away from our body? And we all have that experience. We eat something and then we feel comatose, we want to lie down, and because the food that we put into us just took more energy away than it nurtures us. And I want to talk a little bit deeper into that relationship of food and love. And a few years ago, I went to a very high-end restaurant in Vancouver, if I can say it that way. And it was extremely expensive. And after the dinner, the manager came up to me and she said to me, "So what did you think?" And I said to her, "Well, it was okay." And she looked at me and she said, "What do you mean, okay?" And I said, "Well, if I can put it that way, the food was prepared perfectly. It was art. But the food was not prepared to nourish another human being. The food was prepared out of the, perhaps, ego of the chef that prepared it. And whether there was mastery within it, and you could see it. But the energy actually never arrived in my body. There was no, to me, hospitality is about the genuine well-being of another person. And if I cook something, then I'd like that other person to feel the love in which it has been prepared. And I was fortunate enough that I had those experiences from my grandmother. There was just, it was pure unconditional love. And so we have to find that again.
We have to find that again.
I have a hard time going out into restaurants because I don't feel the food. There is an energy behind it that is, yes, it's good, and yes, it's tasty, and yes, it's nutritious, but the main ingredients, vitamin L, is missing. And so how can we first of all become aware of it? Because awareness is the first step into liberation. And how can we change that? How can we teach young children and how can we empower them to become connected to the food? And I know it's not easy to put whatever green vegetables into children. I was in a relationship with a lady that had 3 children, and I tried my best, and it's not easy. And I wonder, what is it around that? Why is it? And so there's many questions, but I believe the underlying issue is about relationship. How can we be conscious around what we eat, how we eat it, what it does in our mouth, what cells get activated, and actually just, if I say to you, imagine cutting a lemon in half and squeezing it into a glass, what is happening right now in your mouth is you're creating saliva. And so it's also the power of the mind, and how can we become really aware of it and use food intentionally to nurture us, and not us alone, but the environment, where it's come from, the soil, the waters, everything is a chain reaction of events. And so we need to start at the very beginning, and we need to take care of the waters, the soil. We need to inject love into the earth, and we need to prepare food with that energy.
Absolutely.
And
so beautifully said.
And I'm sure that each and one of us has that favorite food that was most likely came from grandmother, I think. And it's not that necessarily that you can taste the food, but it is the remembrance of what you felt at the time. And that was just pure thank you. And my grandmother cooked me chocolate pudding every single evening, so I had to eat my vegetables. So
you had a motivation.
I had a little bit of motivation. Maybe that's a good trick to teach children to eat more nutritious food.
Yeah, well, I love that. I mean, yeah, it's true. I agree. There's such an importance with, really connecting to the energy. I think this is something that, unfortunately, we've been so disconnected from as a human family, is the energetic exchange, with our food, and really with everything, with everything that Mother Gaia, nurtures us with. And of course, food is one of those things that we actually take and imbibe into our bodies. And I love that you had an upraising where you really got to feel and understand that on a really deep level, and really experience the magic ingredient of love. Because really any food can taste good if you can connect with the energy of love. And I think what I would add too is that there's also a piece around sacred reciprocity, where even if we are extracting a plant or a vegetable, or even an animal, and using their meat as nutrition, but to really connect with the spirit of those plants, of those animals, and to really be in relationship with them and ask them, do I have permission? Do I have permission to imbibe you for nutrition, and giving thanks and really acknowledging the sacrifice that they've given, giving up their body, their being, so we may nourish ourselves. And I think there's just such a disconnect around that. And I really do believe that if we were all came back into relationship with our food in that way, we wouldn't be, eating meat as frequently as we do. We don't. I personally am vegetarian and vegan, so and I'm also very connected to energy and to spirits, and so even occasionally if I do eat fish, I will connect with the spirit of that fish and ask it, do I have permission to imbibe you? Do I need this? Does my body even need this right now? And sometimes I'll get a yes, and sometimes I'll get a no. And if I get permission to take in that animal's body, then I give just deep thanks and gratitude. And I think there's another piece around the sacred reciprocity of actually giving back in some way. So it's like, okay, I have received this deep nourishment in my body, and now I need to give back to that plants, to the animals, whether that be, like going and watering some plants, or, connecting with, giving to, I can't think of exactly what ways, but giving back in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's what Mother Gaia is really asking from us, is to come back into sacred reciprocity with all of her children, because we are all her children, the plants, the animals, even the stone people, the crystal people. And these are teachings that I've been very fortunate to gain through my elders. And it's, I think we as a human family are really moving into a new paradigm of consciousness, where we are really coming into a place of more awareness around these energies and the consciousness that they hold, and how it affects us in our bodies and our being, to I guess, in essence, just come back into sacred reciprocity and good relationship.
I wanna share a quick story around animal farming. I was living on an intentional farm in the Kootenays here in Canada, and one morning we heard this cow literally scream. It was on the neighboring property, and it was screaming all evening until the sun went down. And then the sun rose the next morning, and the cow started screaming again, and the neighbor called us up, and he said, "I'm really sorry, but I took the calf away too soon from the mother." And I'm thinking, the pain that this cow mother went through, but also the calf went through, potentially on the way to the slaughterhouse. And then we put that energy into our body, an energy of suffering and pain, of separation, of pure sadness. sadness and I couldn't put meat into my body anymore. It didn't resonate with me at the time to allow this energy to become part of me. And I think if we treated our animals a little better and we would hunt them with respect, like First Nations, indigenous people did or do, and really connect with the spirit of the animal, and it's in that sense the animal is actually offering itself to the hunter. That is true, that is, and then be sparingly in your consumption of meat and so I just wanted to share that story. And I feel extremely privileged living here in Canada, where we can go into a supermarket and the supermarket is full, and probably over 1 billion people around the planet don't even have food. There is no, for them, this conversation is completely irrelevant, because it's all about finding food so that you can actually survive. And I think that's a deeper conversation as to also how can we share food responsible and not throw it out and not throw it into the garbage and waste it and sorry, and maybe we should have some music and ground the energy a little bit more into I can't say the present moment, because I see you, I'm fully present with you, and here in this awareness, and but let's maybe take that time of the music to really think about what we just shared and feel into it and see which part of the body says yes and which part of the body says no, and if it says yes, then let's take action towards it.
Thank you.
Is how we honor one another and all of life. So thank you for that conversation.
Thank you.
This is a song written by my friend Naomi Lyons.
You are so close. Hold your head. you're here to shine. And brothers, oh, may your hands caress these lands. Oh, may your spirit to honor all that's here, to honor all that's dear. And you are so close. Keep your heads up high. The sky is not that far. You are rising. You are rising. With sweet and humble light, with sweet and humble light. You are so close. Keep your head up high. The sky is not that far. You are rising. You are rising. With sweet and humble light. With sweet and humble light. You are so close. Keep your head up high. The sky is not that far. You are rising. You are rising. With sweet and humble light. With sweet and humble light.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sahara Star. Beautiful. And yeah, just for those of you who want to find Zahara on Instagram, you can find her at Zahara with the z.ray.star. So do check her out. She is a phenomenal musician and sound alchemist and medicine woman. And yeah, we are so blessed and blessed, and it's such a gift to have you here today. Thank you.
And if anybody's wondering, I didn't just transmute from a dog into a living being and grow a few years older. We've changed the set a little bit. Welcome back,
Thank you.
Chief Elaine Jr. Let's dive into prophecies and let's dive into the wisdom of the elders and what was it that was prophesied to us and what is the meaning for us in this?
Yes. Before I do, I want to give my love to my Toja Zaharia for this wonderful, wonderful music. It just kind of takes you off that place beyond the number of syllables and sounds and the world of names. I think that there's many ways to understand how these prophecies unfolded and how they're interrelated. And some we've heard of, some we're just learning about. But I think what's important to understand is that we had as well in the Americas many, many spiritual teachers, prophets, messengers, spiritual messengers, whatever you might want to term these holy beings that are these sacred women and men, we call them. How do they have these common prophecies? When you begin weaving them together, you can see this incredible tapestry. And it's also important to remember that prior to the arrival of Columbus, there was around 100 to 108 million indigenous people living across the Americas, living together in relative peace and harmony, and compared to the conflict going in the rest of the world. And yet the prophecies, even before, which I'll get into more later tonight in New York, even before Columbus arrived, they foresaw this great spiritual wintertime that was going to come and last for 500 years. That was seen. And that's where the prophecy of the condor and eagle, that wintertime will go on until a condor and eagle meet. And then we can see that. As well, you have, I think, probably one of the only visionaries, holy men, how do you call it? Joshua Khan. That's ever been written is Black Elk Speaks, which, and I'm just going to paraphrase the vision, but it's so interesting. What he has to share parallels the Hopis, and I'll share the Hopis, then I'll share his. But I want to link those two prophecies to see how they are. So the Hopi said, beware, because there will come a day when other members of our human family will come from the east, and many of them will have forgotten the way of the red road, the way of walking in truth and balance. And beware, because that day comes, people will build trails across this land and travel across those trails in birds. They said, beware, because that day comes, people will build cobwebs across this land and speak across those cobwebs. And beware, because those days comes, people will take and build black lines across this land and travel across those lines in bugs. I told that to a group of elementary children. What do you think that is? They said, Volkswagens. But, they saw that. And they said, beware, because the earth will be shaken one time. And then they'll reach into the earth and find a power, if it's not used in a good way, will be like dropping a gourd of ashes on the earth. If you've ever gone out and dumped, I used to have a wood stove, you dump it, it goes in a perfect mushroom cloud. They foresaw that weapon. And they said, and then the earth will be shaken the second time. They said, two of the powers that shake the earth, you'll know their signs. One will be the rising sun coming from the west. Of course, was the sign of Japan. Now, by the way, it doesn't lend right or wrong. It just says this is going to happen. This is unfolding. You know, this is going to happen. And the other will come from the east with a sign opposite of that of life. And if you go to our ceremonies in many tribes, we have what looks like a swastika. The only difference is it's the opposite direction of the swastika, used by people who still think in that same way. It's not like it's ending. I mean, it's not like anything connected to whether you're German or not German. It's an ideology. It's something of the head here. You know, when you begin thinking you're better than other people, that's a sickness. It's wheat coal. And so then they said, after the second shaking of the earth would be shaken a third time before entering the fourth world. Now, the fourth world is this world that we speak of in the book Seven Fires of Global Unity, Eighth Fire, Pathways to the Most Great Peace, and the Eighth Fire. But, you know, that is then in parallel to Black Elk. Here's what Black Elk said. There's a whole piece in Black Elk. I won't just kind of paraphrase it, but what happens, they come to the highest mountain of all. Same, right, exactly symbolizing where we've been or where we're going. And they start climbing this mountain, and it comes really tough. I mean, really tough. And they come to that third level, the third shaking, and it is really tough. And they talk about what we're going through in this birth canal. Then it says in Black Elk, after seeing this struggle, the phoenix rises from the ashes, the larva becoming the butterfly. All of a sudden, boom, he says, and I found myself standing on the highest mountain of all. And I looked down below, and I saw the sacred hoop of my people. It was a hoop of many hoops, a circle of many soups. In the center stood a mighty flowering tree overshadowing the children of one father and one mother. And he said, I love this part. And he said, I saw more than I could understand. I understood more than I could say, for seeing the shapes of all things as they should live together in harmony and unity. In a Wakang, was holy. And then he says, I turned to the east, and two men were coming like arrows. Two men were coming like arrows, and between them rose the daybreak star with four blossoms, red, yellow, black, and white. They said, with this herb of understanding, you shall have power over all things. And I dropped upon the earth, and where it fell, there was no more darkness. So then, again, you see that fourth quaternity. Carl Jung, of course, made the term globally known because he found fourness in things. The sun, the moon, the clouds, and the stars, the roots, the stem, the leaves, the fruit, infancy, childhood, adulthood, eldership. We go on with this quaternity. That's why these things come in fours. And I think that of course, one of the great of our great spiritual teachers, and who formed really a civilization and would have extended all over the Americas, in which, by the way, the entire U.S. Constitution is based on, except they've left out some important parts like women and a number of other things. But anyway, God bless them. And that's the peacemaker. I mean, the peacemaker. Now, it's very interesting how the peacemaker relates to this big full eclipse we just had. So, of course, these teachers come, just like teachers right now. We don't even know where these teachers might be. And he came at a time when these tribes were really, really warring. I mean, one liked to eat other people. That's pretty nuts. We're getting down there pretty rough. We start eating people, you know. And I mean, they were really at war. And he appeared. And Digantawida was his spokesperson because, like Moses, he stuttered. So anyway, he told them, he said, because they were, you know, questioning, he told them it's time to come to peace. He said, he told them exactly when a full eclipse was going to happen of the moon, of the sun. Like, this happened. And when that happens, either peace or, I don't know exact words, I wasn't there, but the fact was the full eclipse happened as prophesied, and they joined together in this incredible union. And they actually took their weapons and put them underneath a tree. You know, I mean, you know, that's the story. I mean, but the thing is, they stopped. And that incredible sacred teachings of the sacred teachers continue to today. Now, of course, we go down to Manco Capac. I think this is a beautiful, beautiful understanding of how these teachers are kind of progressive, or progressive. And I was there at the Titicaca, and I know from directly from those relatives that Manco Capac was born of the sun. He's the first Inca, born of the sun. And he walked with his beloved wife across the waters with a golden staff, across the water from Lake Titicaca, Island of the Moon, then on to where he was told he would found his great empire, where he would teach the arts of civilization or spirituality to those who were lost in darkness, meaning they had been in light before. And so what they do is put that gold staff in the ground and lean this way or that way, and they follow it until they said it would go completely to the ground, and that's where it was, Cusco. These are real deals. And, you know, the last one is right here, what's happening right here. Back in 1975, we heard about, we were just a group of young men and myself, that's when I had black curly hair, about 2 inches longer, and my plumbing worked, you know. We, you know, were really seeking out all these spiritual leaders. We heard about these two elders, Eddie Belrose and Abe Bernstick. We're coming down to Sweat House Lodge outside of Corvallis, Oregon, teaching about these prophecies and at the talking circle, these kind of things. So we went down. They told us many prophecies, many came true, but one that we didn't understand at the time. They said, someday you young men will see the everywhere spirit made physically manifest on the earth. That's the best way I can explain it. That this power that connects all things in life will be physically demonstrated here in this physical plane of time and space, meaning that it would physically connect us. And they described it, you'd be able to look forward before you and you would see another human being on the side of Mother Earth looking at you, and nothing would be everything that had been covered up would be uncovered. Just exactly what we're doing right here. I mean, this is the real deal. And, you know, these two gentlemen, I'll never forget, Abe Bernstick was the older of the two. And just to ensure we knew that this was from the relatives, he only spoke in Cree. Then he had Eddie speak in English, translate for him. And you have time for one more?
Yeah, we have the rest of our lives.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm going to share this one then. I think, you know, and this is shared by a number of different nations. Now, that's not to say everybody in the nation knows all the different prophecies, because there's many prophecies that different families have. Like our own family, the taking of the white buffalo, which happened. But you know. And I might speak about that. I think that's what I think, that's a personal experience. And this is a story I've heard from my father many times, my uncle Vine Deloria Sr., my grandfather Vine Deloria Sr., my uncle Vine Deloria Jr., all our family knows this story. And by the way, white buffaloes appear in other traditions, the Cheyennes, and they would give themselves, very rarely, you know, you'd think, well, it's special. but sometimes you're given these spiritual visions. Well, anyway, among the Ahankama white swan people, a vision was given that a white buffalo would appear, a white bull buffalo, pure albino, with pink eyes, pink toes, pink everything. That's true. It's like a white elephant. And when that white buffalo appeared, if that white buffalo gave himself, that bull gave himself, because, you know, this is all up to the Creator. You'd pray that would happen, but I mean, you know, it's not you. This is another power far greater than us, because you don't know what's going to happen when you go down deep into one of those buffalo herds. Now, it's interesting, you know, back when there was 60 million buffalo roaming across the Americas, you'd rarely see a white buffalo. You might see, I'm talking about a albino white buffalo, and that's with same respect to the other white buffalo. But this white, pink-eyed albino, just like an albino we know, can't see. Can't see. So here's what's interesting. Buffalo have a lot to teach us. The old buffaloes are on the outside, right? You got the toughest meat, so you know. Where do the hunters want to go? They want to go to that soft meat. But you're the first ones to stay out there to get them. And these buffalo are way bigger than they see them today. Then you have the younger bulls, and you have the younger mothers, and then in the center are the children. And in the center of the children, right with the children, is that great big white bull buffalo, because they can't see. And so they always want to protect the weakest among them. And so to get to that white buffalo, you know, you'd really have to ride. Well, prior to this event happening, Mathogi, brown bear, had come to my great-great-grandfather, Hihawachasha, Owl Man, and since his father was a brother, then it was kind of his duty as an uncle to be like a father, to teach him spiritual things. So he'd been training him. And he had one special horse he wouldn't let anybody else ride, a bay horse. And so it came time, the herds would come up in the south, and he said, Ate, he said, Father, may I ride that bay horse in the ride today? And you know, of course, in our culture, we don't ask these things, we watch. They knew he was spending a lot of time with that horse. And for some reason, he said, be careful. So here's this very young rider, about 17 years old, 17. And everything was organized in societies. And again, a prayer, you know, the asking, this relationship. Now, I believe we are going to a future of being vegan. But you understand, at that time, that's how they related, exactly as you talked about. They communicated. They said, you know, we're hungry, you know, we asked that you. So sure enough, they organized themselves, you know, the dog soldiers and different groups here. And everything was very disciplined, because you get in the middle of a buffalo herd, well, I'll tell you what, they got a horse so fast. I mean, boom, huge power. And especially those old bulls. On the edge. I got to watch out for those guys. Anyway, so here they were all waiting, you know. Now, the young men, and by the way, there'd be young women too, not just men. No. We had some women who could hunt every bit as good or better than men. So, but the younger men and women, primarily men, but some women would come in, would hunt the stragglers. Because you see, to get inside that herd, I mean, you have to be a good rider. And so that's what he would have done, 17. But then all of a sudden, a scout says, there's a white one right in the middle. Boom! Well, I'll tell you, 300 riders, 300 Ahankama riders, 3 Teo spies had come together, 3 groups had come together, Oyates had come together. I don't know exactly, but 300 men. You can imagine it was like, and women in there. There were always women in there. It was like thunder, but even more so was the buffalo. That's why one of the names is that my father, I passed on to one of my grandsons, is Brown Thunder. Brown Thunder is literally when those buffalo are running and the doggone, it's Brown Thunder. The dust, and you can feel it, it literally shakes the earth. That's how boom, boom, boom. So here you can imagine, here's that white one right in the middle. And at that point, the main thing is that prophecy said, whoever slayed the white buffalo, it gave it to us. If it gave itself, we would make it through the wintertime. That act, we'd remember it through every step of the way. And that act would allow us to know we're going to come through the wintertime, and we're going to be one of those that help and we'll meet others who've come through the wintertime to work with us, and together we would stop and end and create justice on this Mother Earth. So anyway, sure enough, so he gets this bay horse, and boy, they take off. Slowly but surely, until finally and I've heard this many times, and I always remember when they counseled me, there was 2 riders left. The one leading was on a black horse, and Matogi was back behind that bay. And the black horse started bleeding at the nose. And here's what they said. This is the teaching. They said that man, in his mercy, even though this would be quite an accomplishment if your ego was into it. In respect and love of that animal. You see, that's what the animals who we have to think about. Poor animal people. We're just taking their homes away. Pulled him up, he says, come on, he pulled him up. He says, go on with him, go on with him, go on with him. And that's to encourage 17-year-old Matogi, brown bear. Well, here's this, you can imagine, this big white bull just going. Now, it's the question I always ask. Here he was, and he's drawing up on the left. First of all, what side should he draw up on? Right or left? You got to take him down with one arrow. Left. The heart. Heart side, right. Yeah. So he's got, now, what kind of special characteristic does he have to have in order to do? He wants to put an arrow there, right? What kind of special characteristic do you have to do to that?
Well, he has to be able to ride with it.
Right with it. He has to be right up next to it. But what physical characteristic does the rider have to do that? Think about it. You're riding up on the side of the heart side of a buffalo with an arrow. You only have an arrow, bow and arrow. You're riding like this. You don't hold on to the horse.
Well, that's what I was going to say, that you have to ride without holding on to your horse.
Okay, think about this. You've got to get in the heart, right?
Yeah, and you also have to turn.
No, why do you have to turn? So what happens is, first of all, when the buffalo puts its arms up like this, it stretches its ribs, okay? So you got to wait till that opens up. But you have to be left-handed. See, you got to shoot from this side. You can't shoot from this side. You got to shoot from left-handed. And I've met his descendants. Tall, left-handed, because you had to have a big pull. Boom, boom, one arrow. Clear to the arrows and clear to the feathers. And of course, they wailed, they wept. You know, that the Creator would, first of all, that such a sacred being would give themselves so that they might survive, and thanksgiving to the Creator. And in honor of that white buffalo, they got cottonwoods, and then they covered that with sage, things like that, and they rolled that white buffalo onto that. They put Paji, sage in his mouth, his nose, all through his ears, all his crevices, and covered it. And then they carried it to camp. Last part. Carried it to camp. One stop. They prayed, sang. Second time, stopped and prayed and sang. Third time, stopped and prayed and sang. Then they came to the camp, and all of them, boy, they brought that white buffalo in there, and then of course, they had to eat. But the main thing was we did everything in a circle so the children could see. So when everybody accomplished, and we love to honor people, just like, my brother Sky got that word. So here they were. So Struck by the Ree was the oldest Hitasha of those three Oyatis who had come together. So he said, so they knew who did this. They said, who was the man who slayed this white buffalo? So they brought up Matogi, brown bear. And they fanned him off the four directions, and people spoke about him. All the kids weren't looking out there like that. Then, in the last part, he said, who is the man that trained this rider and this horse that was able to fulfill the prophecy? Well, of course, here comes Hiawatha Owlman, driving up this bay horse. Now, it was interesting. He had eagle feathers in the mane. He had thunder and lightning on his left side. He had eagle feathers on the back of his tail. I mean, he was just. He brought him up. He said, "Here comes the key question, because you see, to us, names are important of everything, including your dogs, your horses. So if you had a special horse, you could give him a special name." So he said, he said, "What's his name?" And Hiawatha said, "Yes." And he reached in, he had a big buffalo bag like this. He reached in, hold a necklace of eagle claws. He threw it over his head. He said, "Eagle claws, that's his name." And so from that prophecy, it promised, and there's lots of people related to this to Hiawatha and the Gloria Theospies, that we would meet others in this journey and we would see this great wintertime end. Simple as that. That's just one prophecy. But we all have been promised this. It's a covenant we have with the Creator that's expressed through our sacred songs, through our sacred ceremonies. We have to follow this good red road, and no matter what things before us, they will overcome them. And I think that, boy, I see a song getting ready to come over there. I think it's just got to get ready to burst out right now.
Thank you so much for your wisdom. I was crying over on the seat just listening to the truth of everything you say. It's just so powerful. Thank you. This is a Lekwungen celebration song done by Bradley Dick, and I'd like to celebrate that story.
Yes.
Whoa, whoa, hey, oh, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Whoa, whoa, hey, oh, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, hey, yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sahara.
Thank you, Michelle.
Beautiful.
We're going to go to Melbourne, Australia now to hear about the Kogi prophecy. And what a most beautiful way to send the power of the drum across the ocean in a sacred manner to Australia to be received. And from there, the teachings about the message from the mother, from the Kogis. Australia, please take it from here.
Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth, oh come on home. Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth, we're coming home.
Hello, friends from around the world. My name is Irina Morrison from Unity Earth. For those of you who are with us for the first time, Unity Earth work is based on engaging people across cultures, generations, and geographical boundaries. It's a global network on a mission to accelerate the realization of unity and peace on Earth. It was originally inspired by the world's wisdom traditions, and the network has grown to amplify the impact of peace-aligned organizations and individuals. Unity Earth grows community by sharing stories and experiences to create a new story for humanity. Our programs and activities focus on the intersection of spirituality, science, technology, transformative practices, music, and the arts. With two major online events every year, World Unity Week in June and Peace Week in September, we bring together international organizations, grassroots leaders, and global networks. Also, once a year, we do on-location event, and this year we're going to Japan in September as part of Peace Week. So our live broadcast for International Day of Peace this year is going to be from Hiroshima. But today we focus on Kogi Nation and their message from Mother Earth. We began this conversation at our yearly symposium back in February. And today we want to dive a little bit deeper and look into what it actually means for humanity. We have with us three incredible speakers who we worked with members of Kogi Nation to deliver this message to the world: Jyoti Ma, Grandma Louisa, and Eleonora Dahl. We'll do first 60 minutes of live broadcast discussing the message, but then we'll stay with the audience for another 30 minutes in a more private setting to give an opportunity to ask any questions you might have for the speakers. The Kogi message is moving around the world and has been felt deeply by many. We thank you for listening and showing your desire to be a part of this movement to protect and honor our Mother Earth. So thank you for being here with us. I will ask that you don't post any questions in the chat until we actually go into the 30 minutes of Q&A. It's now my absolute pleasure to introduce my co-host, Elizabeth Williams, who leads a global community of women committed to social impact. Elizabeth says, Your life purpose is to make your unique impact on the ongoing co-creation and evolution of the universe, beginning with your own growth and transformation. Over to you, Liz.
Thank you, Irina. It's always such a joy to be with you and such an honor to be here on this beautiful Earth Day with this beautiful community. So thank you again for being with us. We're going to hop right in, and we're going to start with my dear friend, Jody Ma. And I want to tell you just a little bit about her. Jody is an internationally renowned spiritual teacher. She has cultivated projects that demonstrate ways of life that honor the earth and all peoples. As the grandmother vision keeper of the Center for Sacred Studies, she co-founded Kayumari with spiritual communities both in America and Europe. Other projects she has helped to convene are the International Council of 13 Indigenous Grandmothers and the Unity Concert. She is the founder of The Fountain, whose mission is to restore an economic model that is based on reciprocity and collaboration, guided by nature and the sacred. She serves as a delegate of the Mother Earth Delegation of United Indigenous Nations, and it is through this current work in collaboration with The Fountain that a global Sacred Territories initiative is evolving to protect Mother Earth's sacred sites and her original peoples. Jody has devoted her life to bringing unity to the planet by facilitating the development of alliances between individuals who are the guardians of Indigenous culture and traditional medicine ways. Through this work, collaborative relationships with organizations that are focused on economic, social, and environmental solutions have developed, creatively addressing the global challenges of our times. So thank you so much for being with us, Joda.
Oh, thank you, Liz and Irina. Thank you, all of Unity.Earth community. I'm excited to be able to sit with you today and humbled that you have thought of us and brought us forward like this, especially on this day where we're celebrating Mother Earth. And you know what came up when I was sitting down to prepare and kind of get ready to see what she wanted me to bring into her story making moment today with you all was, you know, the question, are we listening? It's been a question that's been resounding in me for many years now. I've spoken about it in more than one place, and it's still coming true. Are we listening? And I'm so thankful that my community and I have been walking with the original people now for over 40 years. And they helped us remember a way of life that is sacred. They helped us come back to ourselves and remember ourselves and to restore a connection with Mother Earth so we can listen, because that connection was cut in the late 1400s. And we forgot that connection with nature, that we were a part of this creation, and we stepped away into a colonized, more materialistic kind of way of life, where we we got into an attitude of consuming everything. In fact, in the Amazon, in the Brazilian Amazon, where I had a home for 22 years, they used to call the West the termite people, because everywhere they go, they eat things up. But now we're coming to an end of a 26,000-year cycle. We're coming to one that's been prophesized about and spoken about by many spiritual paths and by all of the spiritual elders that I know and walk with. We're in this place in India, they call it the Kali Yuga, when we're coming, where the ending is falling into the beginning, where we're about to end one cycle and open to the next 26,000 years. And what a moment it is. The Mamos from Colombia, the 4 original people, I've had the good grace to work with them now very closely for almost 13 years. We've worked with 3 of the 4 original peoples there, the Wiwa, the Arawaka, and the Kogi, which they prefer to be called now the Kagaba Nation. And in the last few years, we've been working very strongly with them. So, and as a way of introducing how we listen, we're modeling that in regards to how we walk our ways right now. We're modeling that in film, this message from the mother that's coming out to you, was about 13 years ago, when we started working with the original people there in Colombia. In 2013, we went down and they opened the next part of the Eagle Condor prophecy. And that prophecy is carried and known, and many are in service to it right now around the planet, as are many other prophecies that are all coming to bear in this significant moment of choice we're standing in as a humanity. And so when we gathered there, a small group of us, maybe about 100 people, mostly indigenous from all different parts of the world. And they told us we were about to enter into a very deep cleansing process that would last for 13 years. They said the ending would fall into the beginning in 2026, that it was important to watch the ending as it fell down, so we stayed informed, but to stay focused on that was breaking through. And that was breaking through would be carried by those individuals and organizations, initiatives, and movements that were walking with the original principles of love and unity, heart, reciprocity, collaboration, tolerance, compassion. All life is sacred. So we're standing in this moment right now, about to open into this new dawn, is what they call it in this prophecy. And what I've come to understand and have so much humility with and appreciation for are the way that the four original people walk, for they still live high up in the La Sierra, and there are many villages there that have never been touched by the West. They're still living in that original way. So with great sacrifice, many have started to come down now because they've asked the fountain to be a filter to the younger brother. And they've asked us to share messages that they say will seed the awakening, educate the awakening. And so it's with that thought that I want to share with you, for some that maybe don't know about the four original people. They call themselves the elder brother. The Mamos are the men spiritual leaders of their communities, and the Sagas are the women spiritual leaders of their communities. When the Mamos are caught at birth, they're seen as a human being that has come with a seed of consciousness in it that will open fully. And so when they're caught at birth, they're brought into the caves, and they do not see the light of day until they're 9 years old. And at 9 years old, they come out and they undergo a set of exams to see if that consciousness is fully opened. And if it hasn't, then they're taken back into the caves, and they do not come out again until they're 18 years old. And we've studied with some of them that were 28 years in the cave. Now, I share all this with you because that deep absorption in the womb of this mother, as they grew themselves into human beings, that connection and deep, intimate space with Mother Earth herself is where these messages come from. Share a little bit more of a story is that they call and they say they need to have a call with us. They've been in consultation. When they go into consultation, though, they do not sleep, they do not eat or drink water the whole time that they're absorbed in what they're receiving there. And then they bring that study back, they bring that instruction back to us. And that is how we've been walking with them this whole time, through walking out those instructions and then holding ceremonies of gratitude, and then going back and they go into consultation, and the mother herself sends the next set of instructions. So the fountain has become an instrument for her in these times. We had been planning for almost a year to go to the north. We have been working closely with people in Iceland that were beginning to get ready for hosting the Arctic Assembly that would be held there. We were meeting with many of the youth and others that are working with the youth of the original people in the Baltic countries. And we were starting to dream how we could start to bring those youths together with the youth of Europe so they could sit again and begin to speak again and remember a way of life that came from those original times and that are carried through mother law through the original principles. So this was in motion. Now, the mamas had told us there would come a time when they were going to need to march north. But during this time, in a few months out, they came and said they had received this instruction, a consultation, and that they needed now to go open the first of 4 pillars. Each pillar would be assigned to each of the 4 directions. And the first one that they would need to activate would be at the Arctic. So we were able to gather some funds and resources and start to help working to organize this journey there. They went with a small team of ours. Eleanor was amongst that team into Greenland first, where they began to lay down the pagamentos. And the way they describe the pagamentos is the pagamentos are earth prayers. They are an earth payment, if you will. It is about giving back to the earth, for she's given us so much. They also go to the sacred sites and they commune with the spirits of those sites to see what needs to be restored in order for balance to be returned. You see, each of these sacred sites around her are like acupuncture points on her body. And because of all of our history and things that have gone on, buildings are sitting on some of those sites. Some of them are fenced off. So the original people that have the ceremonies that would feed and keep those sites fully rejuvenated and feeling good and opening themselves and pouring good health out into the earth. And when that happens, we all get that good health as well. So this is, and they are listening, always listening to the mother and walking out what she needs them to do. So they finished this pilgrimage across Greenland, and then they went to Iceland to meet with us. Now, the ones that joined us there had never left Colombia. They had never left these beautiful, what they call the heart of the world, the La Sierra Nevada. They were getting on airplanes for the first time. They were getting into elevators, and they were about to go inside of the Arctic Assembly, where over 3,000 people from all over the world, world leaders, people that are holding and trying to listen to the earth and put some things in motion that would assist her in this moment of ascension. I marveled at that. As they moved into the Arctic Assembly, they presented a message to the full assembly. And then shortly after, we had a private audience with the Minister of Environment for Dubai, because Dubai was about to host COP28. She was a beautiful woman that met with us. And I think she really felt the energy that the Kogi were walking with, this sense of presence that's so prevalent in them. So she invited them to bring a message and send it to Dubai. Now, they finished up their work, this pilgrimage in the Arctic there in Iceland at the volcano. And they told everyone that was there that the Mother Earth and the Mother Volcano were about to move in very strong ways. And they said to people that were listening, if you listen to her, she wants you to know she can flow her lava under the cities instead of over them. And then they went home and they went into consultation to close things down on this work that they had just completed there in the Arctic, opening and activating this first pillar. And 2 days after they got home, thousands of earthquakes shook Iceland, and then the volcano went off. And as you know, it's still moving today. And as of today, only a few buildings have been touched by this lava. Are we listening? She's speaking to us so loudly right now. And she's telling us that she cannot wait any longer for us because we continue to put maladies upon her, and she carries too many already, and she cannot allow this creation to be harmed. So she's reminding us that we must pay attention and we must listen to her, because she can tell us, and so can our original people. They all are carrying these prophecies. They all are carrying an instruction, for they say the prophecies prepared us, and now they are instructing us. Will we listen? I pray so. I pray so. If we do, as I have been able to witness in my life, the most miraculous dialogue with Mother Earth opens itself so fully to you. And it's not something you have to sit down and be with. It's something that is carried inside of you and begins to speak and share itself and become more visible in everything you do. When this message came, they called us and they said, we need this message to go out. It needs to get prepared. It needs to flow to COP first and then to the rest of the world. We had a couple of weeks to prepare this video. Thanks to Jeremy Whelan and Wisdom Keepers platform and Eleonora, who is the voice in this video, we were able to take the messages that they gave us from all of this time that I've just described, which is why you're going to see them there in the Arctic in this video, collecting this message for you. And as we got it ready, then we had to come back to them, and we wanted them to see it because we wanted to be sure that we had caught this message in the way that was true to what they were saying and what the Mother Earth was sharing, that they were carrying her message to us in this way, and they approved this video. And so it was able to flow to Dwight. I don't know if it was shown at the assembly there. I didn't hear back. But I know that there were many people, including Unity.Earth, that were there on the ground in Dubai. And so her message, this seeded Dubai in any case. And then it began to flow around the world. And as it did, many, many indigenous elders reached out and said, yes, we are getting this same message. This is the time frame that we are being called into. We've been walking with prophecy and creation stories that have told us about this moment we're in, and we have now arrived there, for the Mother is in her making moment, and great possibility is upon us. So with that, I'd like to just pass it back to you, Liz, and say maybe now, it helps, I think, to give just a little bit of the context of how this message gathered it, who gathered it, and how it's coming to you. When we first got ready to put it out, people said, oh, Jyoti, you're just going to stir up a lot of fear.
Yeah.
And I went to my elders, and because I always go there first. And I went to my elders and said this, and one of them said, well, if fear is what comes up, then encourage them to embrace it, because fear is what's paralyzing us all. So our Mother Earth, she loves us. She's waited so long. But now the UN and other scientists are putting out the same message that it's in these next 2 years. And you see, we've come now to the doorway of the last 2 of those 13 years. And she's told us the prescription for the healing that needs to happen so that we might flow with her and into the new dawn. Are we listening?
It's just so gorgeous what you just shared, and I thank you so much. And exactly to that point, when I heard the message at first, there is fear sparked because the dates are so specific. And so that's when I came to you and said, we need to share the prescription. What are we being asked to do specifically? And so that's really what prompted this. So a beautiful, beautiful sharing. Thank you so much. And yes, if now is a good time, I think we should go ahead and show the message for anyone who hasn't seen it, or just to be in community here to see it together. So if we can roll that, that would be terrific. Thank you.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I have never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years. Since that time, my natural connection points, my rivers, reservoirs, and internal waterways across all continents have been obstructed and are full of pollution. I cannot cleanse or recuperate. In December of 2023, I will start to rise and move and turn, sending this message out to all my children around the world. The storms, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, and the rise of the ocean will come. If the governments, the sultans, the princes, presidents, and kings of the world do not listen and act, in 2 years' time, only 30% of the earth will remain. I am the mother. I have always endured despite arrows being put in my eyes and in my body. I am not seeking to defend myself. I remain calm. But now, I must recuperate. There are 2 ways for me to heal. The first, I could take the law of nature into my own hands. This way, I will go in search of my medicine so I can cure my body, heal my energies, and all that I'm suffering from. There will be great changes upon the earth. You will feel me recovering. You will feel me moving. I will not do this to cause harm to you. It will mean I am recuperating my body. Or the second way, all my children will make the healing happen for me, so I will not need to do it myself. I will put my older children in charge of my recovery. They will go and search for my medicines, for my cure, so I can be healed and recuperate with their help. You, my children, must all be united and deliver what is needed for your older brothers so they can do the healing where I have been injured by you, my younger ones. Each one of the rulers of the world, of the governments of the world, must say, yes, Mother, I will stand with you. I will give my help to where you have been injured. I, your mother, have given you everything. When these changes start to happen, we will see whether you listen and act, or whether I myself will have to do what I must to recover the balance on Earth. If in just 6 months from now, by June 2024, you say, yes, we will provide what is needed, then my oldest children will be able to help cure my body. If this message is ignored, I will take the law of nature into my own hands, 1.5 years from that date. This is the message that the Mother has given, she who is in the heart of the world.
Let's keep moving. It's my pleasure to now introduce Eleonora Dahl. She serves as a cross-cultural advisor, consultant, translator, and spiritual interpreter. She has a background in anthropology, social work, and decolonized yoga practice and teaching. Her work gets inspiration and guidance through ancestral knowledge and original teachings, working closely with elders and youth, allowing her to bridge and weave earthly-based ways of prayer and instruction into loving action for community healing and education for future generations. A woman of prayer, she stands for a conscious stewardship and protection of the lands and waters of our Mother Earth. When the Kogi shared their message, they said this: we, the Kagaba, have made a pause in order to be able to be of aid in these times. We require all of you to work for this, to be of help, so that the sacred places on earth can restore and help the Mother with the work she does, as she replenishes and feeds all life on earth into the universe, so all can continue. Eleonora, some viewers might be alarmed by this message from the Mother. Can you please share some of the messages that have come from Kagaba to help us know better how to walk through these times collectively and perhaps individually?
Thank you, dear Irina, and good evening, everyone from Zapotec Highlands here in Mexico. What are the messages coming through our older brothers? There's so much instruction, and I guess there is an invitation to link into all of us. It's an invitation for all of us to be participants in an awakening of our own, consciousness and stewardship upon this earth. And because of our original nations around this earth, all of them have been speaking loudly and sharing that is an urgency. There is an urgency for us to awake into what is needed for us to be habitating this beautiful star, earth, water planet in a conscious way, so we can take care of it and lend it over to the next generations. Otherwise, there would be not so much too beautiful to hand over. I mean, Earth is breathing and she is cleansing, and she will continue to do that with or without us. But if we are willing to stay and inhabit her and walk on her with beauty and awareness, then there's ways to do that. And so our original people are inviting us to step into this beauty way, so to say. So I don't know if all of you are aware, but the Kogi nation started to deliver these messages decades ago. So 70s, 80s, they started to have this connection, and the messages started to come out because there were some visits done, and the messages started to come out. And because this specific nation, the Kagaba, when colonization came to the lands of now called Colombia, right? Because of Columbus, Colombia became one of these colonized regions back 500, 600 years ago. The Kagaba nation, part of the Tairona kingdom, so to say, there was a culture there. They went up into the mountains and kept protected, so to say. So they were not touched by this inquisition, this terrible, violent, destructive force that the colonization brought into these lands and others later on. So they were able to keep the original ways. The sacred fire still stands there untouched. And that is something that they are opening and sharing with us now, because there is teachings there and there is instructions there. And because they are watching for all of us because they kept the ways. So that's why they call themselves, well, a bit older than you guys. No, we're gonna just, you know, give you some inspiration on how to do this. Let's work together. So they're linking out, and the messages that have been coming are the awareness. No, bring awareness into the destruction that is happening. How you treat, you know, the water, how you treat each other, right? But, you know, because they're so connected, and there's a consultation done in everything they do. There's a relationship with their ecosystems and the whole cycle of the water, and every tree and every plant and every flower has a song connected to a star, right? So that's the beauty of that relationship that was untouched. And from there, they are reaching out and letting us, you know, get a taste of what that is, you know, and in many cases, for many of us, that may be such a new information, because we forgot. Some of us totally forgot about it. And some of the messages that come through, because it's always like an ongoing message. The mother is always speaking. And the message of the mother is not an Instagram reel or a video. The message of the mother is her breath towards this earth, is her rivers flowing, her ocean breathing. And of course, we're reaching a point, and we all know there is big pollution on this earth. There are sacred sites being totally depleted and destroyed around this earth on all our continents. And so our brothers and sisters in the Sierra Nevada are telling us, be aware. Like, now is the time for everybody to really wake up into what's happening. And how can we do this? How can we link in, collaborate, and help our mother? Because we are her children, right? We need to love her back, and we need to be aware of how she's feeling, how she's doing. Mother, how are you? We are listening to you. So the message is ongoing, Irina. I think there's a message that doesn't have a pause, and it's coming from her. This specific message also was delivered through a consultation that came from the Thunder Beings. So Thunder Beings into consultation with the spiritual leaders, Elder Mamos, and then from there we had a consultation that delivered that message to the fountain as a working team that is working with land trusts to be able to bring back some of or all of those sacred territories to the Kaggaba, so they can keep on performing this beauty and this awareness, this pagamento, this relationship with their ecosystems, their earth, from the Sierra all the way down to the ocean, helping the restoration and the balance. And part of the instruction is all of our original people around the earth have a knowledge, have some coding in the vibration of their language, in the vibration of songs, of music, of prayer. And all of that is what touches this earth and allow us to breathe and to be conscious with that water that birds there. And, you know, with those crops and those trees and our sacred fire and all of it. So to listen to that instruction, you know, now they are inviting us to listen to them, because they're really seeing, wow, we need to reach out there. But also linking to other original nations, knowing that all those that are connected deep, deep, deep into Mother have been listening and know what she's requiring in these times.
Thank you, Eleonora. That's so beautifully said. Liz, will you introduce the next speaker?
I will. And I want to just comment, Eleonora, on what you said. I love this concept of how would you treat your mother and the caring for the mother. So if you're not used to thinking of the earth, our planet, as Mother Earth, as a mother, think of your own mother. And if she's hurting and she's struggling, what would you do? You would reach out to help. And so I think that's just I love that kind of metaphor. So thank you for sharing that. But I also love that you're saying that there are ways for us to work with the indigenous peoples and those who know these truths and to link with them. So if the invitation is there, if that's never been something that we've been involved with, we can do that now, and we're being called to do that. And so the organizations that are represented here, the Fountain and the Center for Sacred Studies, these are examples of organizations that we can link with. So we'll provide more information near the end. So let's move on, though, because I do want to give plenty of time also to introduce Grandmother Louisa. So Yay Louisa Tesh is a writer, storyteller, activist, ritual theater performance artist, and spiritual guidance counselor. She is an initiated elder, Iyanifa, and woman chief in the Ifa or Isha tradition of the African diaspora. She has studied the indigenous spirituality of African, Native American, and Caribbean cultures. She is a priestess of Oshun, the goddess of love, art, and sensuality, and a devotee of Dambala Wedo, the Haitian rainbow serpent. And I hope I pronounced all those words correctly. Louisa is the author of 6 books, most notably Jambalaya, the Natural Woman's Book of Personal Charms and Practical Rituals, a women's spirituality classic that has been translated into German, Dutch, and Spanish. She co-authored On Holy Ground, Commitment and Devotion to Sacred Land, with Leilani Byerly, a Hawaiian kahuna. Her latest work, A Calabash of Cowries, Ancient Wisdom for Modern Times, is an Amazon Books bestseller. She is a featured storyteller in the film Changing of the Gods and has contributed to 25 anthologies and published articles in magazines such as Essence, MS, Shaman's Drum, and the Yoga Journal. Louisa has received a Lifetime Achievement Award for community service from the International Black Women's Congress, the Double X Award for defending women's rights, the Radical Truth Telling Award, and the Grandma's Hands Award. So welcome, Louisa. We are so thrilled to have you with us. And I know you have some of your own creation stories and instructions for these times, and so I'm hoping that you can share some of those with us now. And please, darling, unmute so we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now? Yeah. I always begin by saying Alafia. Alafia is a Yoruba greeting wherein I am asking that we have good health and are at peace with our neighbor. Now, this is a relevant greeting all the time, but it is especially relevant now because in the post-pandemic world, we are told by the World Health Organization that the new pandemic is loneliness, is separation, that this sense of disconnection from ourselves, each other, and the earth is causing an increase in depression, in addiction, and in suicide. As an elder, it is disheartening for me, who I've been an activist since I was 9 years old, and I spent my youth addressing various things with the belief that those actions were going to make the future brighter and safer. Yet, I see that the young women in my life are more traumatized than I was at their age, and in some quarters they feel less empowered than I did at their age. And the difference between my youth and theirs is directly connected to the fact that they are inheriting from us an earth that has been battered and bruised and abused, you know. And we have to take a good look, a good look at what Mother Earth is saying to us on these days when the water is polluted, the air is polluted, the food is polluted, and our babies are dying every where. With our Lafia, we ask for good health, and we ask that there be peace with our neighbors. This is imperative at this time where everywhere we turn, there's an investment in violence. There's an investment in war. There's an investment in alienation. This is not the conduct that the mother would have of us. Every year in my tradition, all over the world, we perform divination to ask the spirits what is coming and how should we conduct ourselves, okay? And we have been told several things, one of which is that, unfortunately, the rulers of the world, the oracle has said, he wears the crown of a king with the mind of a child. We have young, old fools in charge of the world right now. And we have to educate our leaders lest they violate the creation so badly that, like the Koji is saying, the mother has no other option but to cleanse herself of the parasites in her body, us. We need to take care of her so that she does not have to scratch us off of her surface or knock us off like barnacles on a whale. We have been told in the divinations of Ifa that at this time, our interactions with each other are of the utmost importance. This is a time to let go of the ism brothers, racism, sexism, elitism. It is very, very distressing that we look at each other and don't see another human being. That is very distressing, and it is indicative of our illness. Our illness. Our illness. We have been told that the good news in the prophecy is that the plants understand our plight and that they are meeting underground at the root level. The plants are discussing our plight and talking among themselves about how they can help us. Isn't that amazing? You know, the oracles say that the plants know how pitiful we are. And so they are offering up healing herbs. They are offering up their fruit. And most importantly, they are offering up their lesson of how to draw nurturance from deep, to root deeply into the earth, to pull that energy up through our bodies, to allow ourselves to blossom and flower and give forth fruit. Now, there are so many stories because the traditions of the African diaspora teach through story. Storytelling is of the utmost importance, and the stories stick with us beyond where mere words are. And so I want to offer up today a story that I don't tell it often, but this one begins with Enuaye mi Mosheo, Enuaye mi Baba, Enuaye mi Moshe o enuaye mi Baba o batala ta wini sekure bobo ainya serere. In the beginning of time, O Batala, the king of the white cloth, the leader of the heart, the one who brings us humility. It was said that Obatala descended down to the planet Earth when it was covered in water, nothing but water. And he came down on a glittering chain of white light, carrying a sack of soil and a 5-toed speckled hen. And he dropped the soil on the water and lowered the hen, and she scratched the continents into place. After that, Obatala touched the earth in various places, and the beautiful, beautiful greens popped up. The trees appeared. The fields were full. The animals were everywhere. And then, Obatala created humans. Well, now, the way the story goes, and you didn't hear this from me because it's pure gossip, some people say that the deity got drunk while creating humans. Isn't that something? Oh, yeah. The deity drank and made some people, and they were kind, intelligent, and beautiful, the first bunch. But then the deity was so thrilled that he drank some more and made some people who were, not so intelligent, but they were beautiful and kind, and drank some more and made some more and drank some more and made some more. They weren't kind anymore. But everything was given to them. And when the people woke up and looked around and saw themselves in the amazing valley, they said, "Oh, Obatala is a wonderful deity indeed." But Obatala, the clouds were laying so low, the people started reaching up and eating the clouds. So Obatala receded and receded and receded and went to the top of the mountains where there was only rocks. And up there, the deity, the slow deity, labored to crush the rocks and crush the rocks and crush the rocks into rich soil. Meanwhile, down in the valley, the humans were pulling fruit from the trees. The humans were pulling vegetables up from the ground, and the humans were hunting the animals and fishing in the sea and enjoying it all and saying, "Oh, Obatala is a wonderful, wonderful deity indeed," while Obatala labored on top of the mountain, pounding and pounding and pounding to plant yam. After a while, there came a point where the humans had eaten everything that Obatala had given them. There was no more fruit on the trees. There were no more leaves coming up out of the ground, and they had even killed all the animals. They didn't know what to do. They looked at each other with suspicion. Who is to blame? Who is to blame? And they began to fight with each other. And after a while, they looked up And there on the top of the mountain, they could see these big green leaves and these gigantic yams that Obatala was harvesting. And the people looked up and said, what a selfish Obatala that is. That deity has kept everything for himself, given us nothing down. We have nothing here in the valley. Well, we better do something about that. And they scaled the mountain. And they ambushed Obatala. And they cut his body into 16 pieces and threw pieces in every direction. And everywhere that a piece of Obatala's body fell, the practice of agriculture sprang up. Everywhere that a piece of Obatala's body fell, the people realized that they had to work in order to have. And everywhere that the pieces of Obatala's body fell, the people lived long enough to have wise elders who remembered what had happened before. And then wisdom councils were formed, and those who were coming forward were taught how to conduct themselves in relationship to deity, each other, and the earth. So I want us to think about that story and know that if we take care of the earth, she will take care of us. But don't take it for granted. Don't assume that you can just devastate the earth and there'll be no consequences, because Obatala now is everywhere. Oh, you know, there's so many verses to that story, and different ways of telling it. In our oracle, the one proverb that leads to that has 800 verses to it. 800 verses, so that there are many, many ways that deity tries to tell us how we should conduct ourselves in relationship, especially to the earth. She is a mother who never dies. She is a mother who responds to our labor and our love, and we must always remember that we are the children. Always. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was absolutely beautiful. I would love to hear all 800 of the verses. So maybe we'll plan for that another time. But unfortunately, our time is winding up here, and Arena's going to close us out in just a minute. But before we do that, it would be wonderful, maybe Jody, if you can just hop on quickly and let folks know, for those that are answering the call, and we have many here with us live in the Zoom room and many watching, where can they find you? Where can they find more information? Anyone who'd like to share now, Louisa, Eleanor, if you can just tell us where we find you.
Well, thefountain is our website where all of this information is on. And I'll also just say that if people want to gather with us for more storytelling, you know, they say the storytellers are also, these traditional stories are good medicines for our times. And so you can go to centerforsacredstudies.org and push the button on storytelling and come meet with us May 31 through June 2nd in Upper State New York, Albany, and have storytellers come and stir the pot of possibility And bring your families, because it's a time like that where we'll get to sit by the fire.
Wonderful. Louisa, do you want to share how folks can find you?
Yes. If you go to my website or just Google my name, you will find that from May, on every Saturday from May 4th through June 22nd, I am holding the Elements of Ritual class, the fundamentals. That's Elements of Ritual 1, so that people who take Elements of Ritual 2 can inspirit their activism. There are rituals to support our activism work, but you have to take one before you can take two. That way I know for sure that you know what you're doing, right? But very, very important, the weekend of May 17 through 19, I am going to be holding a ritual for the children of the world, okay? Our Mother Goddess, the Mother of the Ocean, and the Lord of Thunder have expressed a great concern about the number of babies that are dying in the world, in Gaza, in the Congo, in the Sudan, in Haiti, in Hawaii, everywhere. Our babies are dying. We must turn our attention to this and stop this, lest we undo our future. So everybody's invited. I don't care who you are, where you are, what your race or sex is, or what culture you come from. This event, you can concentrate anywhere where children are suffering. We will be directing healing energy.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Eleonora, anything you want to share, or will they find you through the fountain as well?
Yes, for sure. And I just want to share that you may find also this information in your awareness of where you start to inquire and be curious about your surroundings and where you're living, your ecosystem, your water, where your drinking water comes from, what is going around that, how is your water feeling and doing, and that will inform a lot of the place you inhabit. And becoming conscious of that, then, action and collaboration and community and prayer in action will become palpable. And for that, if you need, inspiration or instruction, there's elders, there's original people working with this in collaboration with non-Indigenous people, because we're all this tribe together, right? And in those teachings, we have Luisa, we have many people offering teachings. And but I will also encourage you to go inside, to listen to your heart, and to really connect to the place you're inhabiting and your waters. Thank you.
Wow, thank you all. This was such a rich conversation. I think that Indigenous knowledge, when it comes to Mother Earth, Indigenous knowledge is undeniable and unbeatable. And it's because it comes from that deep, deep connection to Mother Earth. It comes from the ancestral knowledge and the higher consciousness. And the rest of us, the rest of humanity, should pay attention and start working on that deeper connection to Mother Earth, because the ignorance to the fact that Mother Earth is a living being comes from that disconnect and not having that deep connection to our mother. And with this, we're going to conclude the live broadcast. But we do ask the audience who is with us in the Zoom room to stay with us. And we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions to our lovely speakers. I would like to thank our sponsors, our main financial sponsor, Purpose Earth, and our media sponsors, Unify and Hubcast, who are also with us today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you all.
Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth, oh come on home. Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth TV, Unity Earth, we're coming home.
Thank you again, Sahara, for your beautiful contribution and your beautiful energy and your music and supporting us unconditionally today. It takes tremendous commitment to be in service towards others, and I deeply, deeply thank you for that. Thank you. I also wanted Is my mic on now? So let me just perhaps repeat that. I wanted to express my gratitude to you, Sahara, for your unwavering commitment today and supporting us with your beautiful divine energy and stepping up and just being with us and deep gratitude to your music, to your offerings, to your being, to your wisdom, to your divine feminine expression of yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to be coming to a closing ceremony from Chief Elaine Jr. and his microphone is not on yet, so we have to fiddle around with it a little bit. I wanted to give a special thanks to the people that have supported this broadcast, and specifically Mark in the control room, and Jordan and Kevin and all the people who have made that possible, and the whole Hubcast team and Dylan and Sky and yeah, just everybody that is here on the land with us today and that has shown their commitment towards not just Mother Earth, but the continuous commitment towards humanity and really birthing something new and birthing something extraordinary, and that is a practice that takes commitment, and that doesn't happen overnight. And I see so many souls around the planet feeling the same way, and it is time that we rise, and it is time that we connect, and it is time that we start to celebrate our efforts and and our commitments. And Brother Phil, do you still want to talk about?
I was going to talk about New York, yes.
Yeah, okay. So let's do that first, and then we're going to go into a closing prayer. And I think you have something special going on with
Yes,
Sahara.
we do.
So you're going to be, I don't know what it is. I just heard a little bit of it, and it sounded amazing. And so,
Well, Mitaki Epi, it's been such a great journey today, my beloved relatives, to have the opportunity to hear from so many relatives and to share so many wonderful and sometimes very distressing news. But I have some really wonderful news to share. The last, we visited about various prophecies, concluding with the one of the white buffalo, the albino white buffalo. And I mentioned, and I was going to share this in New York, but because of the everywhere spirit not somehow connecting up there, we're going to do it here. To share about the prophecy of the reunion of the condor and eagle. Now, this prophecy, as verified by the elders of Tiwanaku up to this day, come from their empire civilization that predates the Incas, that predates Columbus. And this prophecy says that the time will come when a great winter time will come. A great spiritual winter time will come. And a time of great preparation, not punishment. That's a hard one to get to prepare somehow this incredible spiritual role in the awakening of our entire human family, because there was awareness that we were one human family among the high spiritual leaders. But it said at that time, when the new day, the new dawn would come, first union of condor and eagle, from there what would happen. So sure enough, on March 21st, 1971, the eagle did come from the north, as we were doing this film about. And it was a process, not just of just boom like that, but of going through many journeys, through 1972, and then concluding really of where this vision was given at Lake Titicaca on this beautiful, beautiful night, with the stars and such beauty. And so, as the elders share, I've publicly shared, they passed that prophecy on to me and gave me the prophecy carrier. At that time, it wasn't known beyond there. And so our challenge was, as we began, again, all these things come a little bit at a time. So the time sometimes you don't even know things that you're involved in, but we're all involved in this incredible design. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is the real deal, and we're right in the center of it, whether we like it or not. And so we came to Central America, and there's no condors and eagles in Central America. First we thought it was the boa and the condor. The boa or the jaguar. It just emerged the quetzal. So you'll see probably sometime about the eagle and condor. Then the quetzal comes in. You'll still see that. But then the largest bioregion in the Americas is the Amazon. It's amazing. They don't have condors and eagles flying around. But so in 2020, what emerges is the hummingbird, the balancer of all. So then, through the help of wonderful allies, we were able to come together, representation of each of those sacred representation of indigenous people across the Americas, which number 80 million at this point, come together in Palenque, Mexico, for 7 days, March 17th to the 23rd. And we came together in ceremony and prayer and established the first union, council, the union, the condor, the quetzal, the eagle, and hummingbird. That means a council of elected with non-political, non-partisan process, never, I mean, completely different. And so with that, we launched before the 8th fire on the 18th, we launched what we call our sacred covenant, which people can share and sign and so forth. The sacred covenant is, at this point, we have to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth, which then is kind of the spear point before that sacred 8th fire of a global peace movement, a indigenous and ally-led global peace movement beginning in the Americas, beginning right here, right in our own homes, wherever we might live. Because the elders said, how in the world do we have a right to go into other people's homes and tell them how to live when our home is a mess and getting worse? What right do we have to do that? You know, and so if everybody kind of contemplate their own navels instead of others, it would be a lot better off. But you know, it's true. You know, it's true. You know, it's time to, number one, find the peace in here, but at the same time in our own communities, in our own families. But especially this crazy thing that's going on of this absolute insanity. I mean, this is insane when you see what's going on. Anyway, so then, so it said then when all the indigenous people of the Americas came together, that would lead to become together the entire human family. But this prophecy comes from Tiwanaku. There's a sacred prophecy that comes from the Anishinaabe, the lighting of the 8th fire, which is passed on to me by, you know, different, Dave Kershane and Eddie Benton and William Commanda, my uncle William Commanda. This prophecy, it talks about 7 prophets leading to this time when we encounter, when different parts of the human family come together, and indigenous people go through these challenges. Then we come to the 7th fire, where we have a choice. And this choice is, do we go forward and ignite the 8th fire and come together as a human family, or do we go the other path down the tube? Well, literally, on October 28th, 2023, we were in Hidalgo, Mexico, with our allies there who represent 25 million indigenous people, plus they're united with the Afro-Mexicanos. So that's 30 million relatives there. We ignited the 7th fire, but we also had representation, Pato Banya and his wife, beautiful wife, Antoinette. You know, so every tribe, Asian, you know, all the colors of medicine wheel were represented. We lit that 8th fire. Now the ashes of that fire, they're so powerful, they immediately begin to spread. They went to UAE, where my brother Sheikh Abdul Aziz, who was there where he conducted a ceremony that was ignited there. They went to Sri Lanka, where people who were traditional people had the fire 1500 BC lit the fire. And it just began to spread virally. You know, now, you know, it's burning all across Mexico. But what the strange thing to me is this, about this fire, is that, you know, we took the ashes from the first fire, and then as they add to the other fires, all the fires become stronger. There's an energy, it's like it is spreading. It's spreading. So then, okay, then how do we do it? Last part. So we have been working on what I call a digital backbone, because I shared earlier the prophecy about the everywhere spirit coming through the elders, Eddie Belrose and Eddie Benton. So we knew that this everywhere spirit, that technology, was going to play a big role. We knew as well that the civilization that we saw before us had great science was going to collapse. It had no moral foundation, and no morals. And we knew that to use this in a good way, it had to be morally founded. So we realized that we ourselves, and of course as technology advanced, so we designed the fourth way, which is a way beyond, it goes beyond assimilation, because that's one way people have done. It goes beyond resignation, giving up and falling into alcoholism or the underworld or conflict. It transcends that to rebuilding broken trust. And so then we have the digital fourth way, which is essentially, and we're just getting ready to bring on an RFP on it. It's a sovereign digital network that gives each person sovereignty, tribes, and so forth and so on. It's the technology's there, the security's there. That means we can trade back and forth, and it'll be all connected up through Starlink into all these remote communities. So we can really begin, and allies. Now, I want to say, all of us are children of Mother Earth. We all are indigenous people. Why I'm saying that is that how our mind works, I mean, in integrating, how do we do that? So we break things apart, So this is that, so you're making a puzzle. Then we begin to integrate in novel new ways. And before we know it, we generalize. So that's why they say as we begin to manifest a new global civilization, when we see another human being, we won't see just the Earth suit. We'll see the beauty and diversity of the Earth suit, but not in any kind of way that would be less or that. But what we're going to see standing before us is this sovereignty, ancient and perishable, everlasting. The soul will be standing there. So these are some of the things that are unfolding with the incredible support we got from people who helped us at GoFundMe, other people that assisted, who stepped in and really helped us. And of course we had the Jaguar Awards. One was my dear sister, Jane Goodall, Patrick McCullum, of course Clint Carlton, Sky Carlton, and other relatives, Rock Pierce, Matoshka. And so we're on the move as a human family. This is a movement. That's what is so important to understand. This is not some kind of idle event. Everything unfolding towards the powwow for peace in Central Park, for the 99 days of peace and unity, through World Unity Week, through International Day of Peace, on back to Enlightening Our Way Together. We are in a movement, all of us. Especially, we have our seventh generation coming with some of the most brilliant music. Because our young people, there are. You're coming. And we just have to be as loving and supportive as possible, and just have faith and know, yes, we're very small in numbers, and there's great forces that may feel threatened by this, but we also have with us unseen hosts of spiritual, we use the term warriors, or warriors in a spiritual sense, surrounding us. And there's no power, heaven or earth, is going to stop the will of the prophecy or the Creator from unfolding. That's a fact. Now, that doesn't mean on the way you might kind of get doubtful. But I can tell you, after being on this path for a while, and you all affect so many, we're just 6J Wachasha. We're just natural human beings. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Phil, for your beautiful words, your for being the prophecy keeper, for holding these stories that have come from these lineages that have held these sacred prophecies, so we could hear them from you here today. It's such a privilege, such an honor. And
Thank you.
yeah.
And we're looking forward to more of your teachings, perhaps in a book form,
Yes.
and I
A
know
children's book we're working on.
a children's book. I think that would be astonishing. And also, I think there might be a couple of films or documentaries with you. And for anybody who hasn't seen the documentary Healing the Hurts, that was, I think it was produced in 1986, is that correct?
Yes.
It is about Chief Elaine Jr. in a younger version from 1986, and the impact that this film had and on me, seeing what this man has accomplished, and the energy and his whole life's work is about serving other people. And it is incredible. It is available on YouTube, Healing the Hurts. Google it, Chief Elaine Jr. Watch it. Let it inspire you and see what is possible if somebody has a vision, and here is the manifestation of it. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply honored to be sharing this path with you, Anahita. Thank you. And the floor is open if anybody still wants to share something.
Well, I think that we can go and have this join our prayers here with my dear Tuja, Sandra. I think that'd be good. But I think that we have to remember that in order to be a good spiritual warrior, and I'm not saying that in a way of as we think of that, but to stand up for what's right, we have to be in front of the fiercest battle and receive the deepest wounds. We have to understand that just like we have to begin reframing how we look at the whole universe until we're free of any kind of misconceptions or illusions. You know, it's being able to reframe in the light of knowing our Creator as generous and kind and compassionate and loving and just. The last 500 years haven't been punishment, they've been preparation. In preparation for this incredible day in which we're living right now, each and every one of us, in which has been long prophesied by all the holy saints and prophets from everywhere on Mother Earth. And so here we are fulfilling that. And so we're going to go over here, and I'm going to pray, and she's going to sing, and then she's going to take you on the journey. Now again, my old Earth suit, by the way, like this, but I think I can get down. My old Earth suit out like it is, and I can sit here and pray, but for some reason I like to stand over here. So that's good. Okay, let me just go right over there. Okay. Good. Great.
Okay.
Great. So
can I, before you start your prayer, can I just open up a small container that is really at the core of my heart, and that is an event that we're planning for June 22nd this year. It's a global drum wave across all time zones for many reasons, but the main reasons are for us to declare solidarity towards one another. Those who love peace in the world, we must come together and we must unite. And also to take the medicine of the drum, to take the beat of the drum and drive it into the mycelium network and across the waters of the living waters of our planet, to inform Mother Earth that we're here in solidarity. We are planning, it's about time that we start treating our planet as if we're planning to stay. And so we've prepared a website, it's awaken.global. And part of that is also a global mapping system where you can identify yourself as peaceful, and share your vision of peace with a global audience. What does peace look like for you? How does it feel like? In what aspect do you feel you want to contribute to a peace development topic? And so the intention behind the mapping system is to identify each other, not just across the planet and a larger vision, but really on the ground in small communities. What do we have in common? How can we work together? How can we collaborate? How can we educate each other? What can we learn? And most of all, how can we hold hands and walk through this current human experience together in unity, in harmony, with kindness and empathy and compassion. So if you have some time, go to awaken.global and go to the Drum for Peace page and sign up, organize an event, and let's make it happen. Let's declare solidarity. And I believe what is missing right now on the planet is a living experience of hope and solidarity. And we've had a living experience of the complete opposite a few years ago, so we all know what that could feel like in its negative form, but we haven't really experienced what that could look like in a larger positive and empowering form. So I encourage you, awaken.global, sign up and participate. Take your build a drum, rent a drum, buy a drum, take a pot and a pan and whatever, and let's celebrate that one day and come together across all time zones, across all genders, boundaries, religious beliefs, ages, whatever. There is no separation. Separation is simply an illusion. I thank you for being part of this day and sharing your valuable time with us. What a beautiful planet we live on. We're here outside of Vancouver on the neighboring field. There was a herd of cows that have arrived today. I think there are about 12 or 13 cows. And when you saw them jumping around on this field of grass that has been growing now for the last probably 8 or 9 months, the joy of those animals, like bucking and just galloping and running, and you could feel it. And I think what we need to do is we need to find those pieces of joy and those pieces of perhaps love, if you want to call it that way, and have those pieces empower us. There's so much negativity out there in the world. What are those pieces that are uplifting to us, and how can we take that experience and anchor it in our physical human body and share it and share it with others? And happy Earth Day 2024. Thank you, Anahita. So much love for you.
Michael.
And
Thank you to beautiful global audience for being here with us to celebrate and remember our beautiful Earth, and for this beautiful reminder to just really call in and reconnect with that sense of hope and positivity, and that reconnection of joy and play as a way of healing and evolving together as a with all the rainbow nations and as a human family. And so deeply privileged to be here with you today, Michael, and with you, Dekshi, Uncle Phil, Chief Phil, and beautiful sister Zahara. I'm really looking forward to your prayer and song.
And all the ones that we might have forgotten to mention.
Yes, there are so many, so many more. 13 thank yous to all of those who have made it possible for us to join in this beautiful union here today.
Mitakepi, my very, very beloved members of our human family, seen and unseen, who have joined us from the very beginning of this beautiful day Earth Day 2024, a time that we have entered into, some call it the inmost heart of darkness, some call it the depths of the transformation, but we know without question that a sacred movement, as prophesied by Black Elk, prophesied by so many, including the only prayer that, no, I shouldn't say only prayer, I don't know all this, but one prayer they say that came from Jesus. It says, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." I don't know how much clearer you can be about that. And it also tells us to turn the other cheek, to be kind and forgiving, compassionate, to be loving, and to be kind, to be respectful. But also we can find also these other sacred teachers. This foundation spiritually is one because there's one creator. Why would the creator give a bunch of people, give a whole bunch of different spiritual teachings at the foundation? All teach us to be kind, to be compassionate, to be loving, to be respectful, to be humble. So I'd like to close this beautiful, beautiful time, and I've asked my dear Toja to go ahead and to kind of sing behind my prayer, and together to meld our hearts and minds together with your hearts and minds to create a field of love and compassion and oneness and creativity for we can visualize unfolding before us despite our limited forces, but backed by huge, unlimited spiritual hosts behind us, the manifestation of a civilization based in justice that we know one of the cornerstones is respect for our Mother Earth and all her sacred representatives, where the sacred eagle of humanity, the condor, the hummingbird, the quetzal of humanity, that both wings, male and female, have equal power and respect and love. So I'm going to go ahead and begin. O Tenkashla Kantaga, Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all-powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate one, ever-forgiving one, O most beauteous one, O precious of my heart, O blessed beauty, O ancient of days, we call upon your holy power, all our relatives who are close in our closest vein, all those relatives who have walked that red path before us, are walking that path before us. They might surround us at this time, at the end of this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day to honor our Mother Earth, reminding us that every day should be this day. Every day should be Earth Day, Mother Earth Day, remembering from whose womb we came. So we thank our mothers this day for giving birth. No matter what happened, they've given us this beautiful life. So we give you thanksgiving, Creator, for this beautiful life. Oh, so thankful for this life. This time especially we're living, in which all this 500 years of preparation has prepared us now to come together and unite humanity and restore Mother Earth, our sacred covenant. So we ask, Creator, that we can put our hearts and minds together sooner than later, everywhere, all at once. And we want this beautiful night to honor all the tribes and nations of the East, from where comes the red sign rise, who joined us today in the seen and unseen worlds, and those who this may touch or will touch, that we're here to have oneness and unity, and that the time has come. The prophecies are being fully fulfilled. And we also now, with great love, great compassion, call upon all the tribes and nations of the South, all those relatives. And we send you our love and compassion for all sometimes you're suffering in all the places where people don't have enough to eat, where they've been oppressed and hurt. You know, Creator, please be with them wherever they are, Mother Earth and Tenkashla. Call upon all the tribes and nations of the West, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain. Might spiritually awaken our hearts and minds, and we also reflect over to our relatives in Africa, our relatives there, to all the hurt that we know some of the relatives don't have enough to eat, fighting each other, things like this. Wherever people, our human relatives are killing each other, Creator, bring healing, we ask, please, Creator. We also ask for the rising joining of us all, our relatives, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain. In the north, from where comes white snow. You know, the cleansing north winds, may they cleanse our heart and minds from all save you, our Holy Spirit, our holy power, our holy Creator. And we come now, Creator, to respect Father Sky, respect our grandfathers, our fathers, our uncles, our brothers, our sons, our nephews, our grandsons, all male relatives, Creator. And also we acknowledge and give thanksgiving. You've given us what many call divine masculine, different what cultures call it different ways, but we thank you for that. But at the same time, we ask, Creator, you know, we realize we have choices to make, and we know we've chosen to act in certain ways because they seem to enable us in the past, but we know we have to change that. That there's overabundance of the utilization of these, what we call divine masculine attributes by you know, whoever uses them, is just too much. So that's why we're so thankful for this Mother Earth Day, that we can truly honor not just our Mother Earth, but her sacred representatives, her sacred representative of womankind, whoever feels that spirit. Because it's not this earth suit, Creator, we know this. We know the soul has no gender, has no ethnicity, has no class, has no race, which makes any form of prejudice completely, totally acceptable, because our soul is a reflection of the oneness of our Creator, which, Creator, we thank you for that. So may we see everybody as things unfold, as we move to the future, everybody, when we see them before us, not let us see their earth suit, old, young, gray, redhead, whatever skin color. Let's see a sacred divine being standing before us, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. So, Thanksgiving, Creator, I'm going to share this prayer for unity. Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal unto them thy great purpose. May they follow in thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, lead them not to themselves, but guide their steps to the light of knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord. And now in our Dakota way, we say our names, and what we say after our names is, for instance, I would say, Chinupa Sapa, Meyodo, which means, my name is Chinupa Sapa, or sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, rain, and I stand fully responsible for my words and my actions. And then, why don't you go ahead and begin, whatever you win, and we'll just take it, you take us from there. All right? And when, okay? So, Tankasha, we thank you for this time we've had. Thank you. I've been with my beloved brother, Michael, my beloved Toja, and Hita, all the people here at the wonderful Hubcast studios, all the relatives joined us from wherever you joined us in a good way. I'm really thankful. So may we continue this spiritual journey into the spiritual realms that far transcend anything we could ever imagine. May we open our hearts and minds and let these sounds, for this vibrations, this sounds that will take us to that place that goes and transcends the Merkaba sounds. It transcends sound. That's where we're going to go, beyond that place. Halimi chante washte alo shunk mano he meado chinupa sapamido. Halimi chante washte. Aho. Aho.
Warriors of love,
Choose love as if it's your only choice. Thank you.
Oh. Halimi Chante Washtielo, Hechituelo, which means so be it. That is it. Enjoy. It's great. Every day is Earth Day. And there is no question that we will unite humanity and restore Mother Earth. Halimi Chante Washte. Aho.